Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? Happy December. Hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Chat, how's it going? How's everybody doing? How's everybody's long weekend? It's wonderful to see all you. We have a fresh week of StockDads TV lined up. It's going to be another good one. We're going to kick things off this morning here with Aaron's morning breakdown. We got data coming out pretty much all week. We got Jerome Powell speaking this afternoon. So it should be an interesting week to say the least. A little bit of a gap down here to start. And without further ado, Aaron, how are you doing, my friend?
Good morning, everybody. I am good. How we doing, everyone? Who we got? Snipe, what's up? Lar, good morning. Let everybody get in here. Good morning, Amanda. Amanda, there's snow on the ground up here. Just to let you know. Give everybody about a minute to get in. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Gaining ground, morning, RC, morning. Rima, good morning. Ty, what's up? All right. Omar, morning, Omar. How we doing, everybody? What's our swear jar up to? 20 bucks. Not bad. Oh, you're in Virginia? Amanda, where are you at in Virginia? Morning, Miss Will. That's where I just moved from. All right, here comes everybody. The chat's a little bit different. Miss Komika, if you're on, always a pleasure. Fredericksburg, oh, very cool. Wasn't too far from me. Big Irish win, nothing, no big shakeups in college football other than Texas A&M. That was a big deal. Edward, house jockey is Edward. I don't know if you guys saw the thing that Tyler did, but that was pretty cool. House jockey is Edward. We figured that out. Nate, what's up? How are you? All right. Okay. Well, let's get started, guys. Morning, Frank. Okay. Morning, Chris. All right. Okay, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on news. Hang on, my thing isn't thinging the right way. There we go. So starting off on news, we do actually have some decent news coming out. Now remember, now with the government shutdown over and all that fun stuff, we actually have our news events back. So 10 a.m. today, don't let that one sneak up on you. That's ISN Manufacturing. So it's not our normal 8:30, but so don't let that 10 a.m. sneak up on you. And then Powell speaking after the market closes. Now, there was some rumors coming out last night about him resigning and stuff like that. I don't have any, whatchamacallit. I haven't confirmed that or anything. So what is going on with this Powell thing? Now, remember, he came out at the end of, or during the press conference of the last meeting and said that, a rate cut wasn't, a foregone conclusion anymore. So the markets tanked. And then I forget who it was. Williams, I think, came out really dovish, and the markets have responded. So it'll be interesting to see what he has to say tonight, because remember, this is the week before Fed. Next Thursday, next Wednesday is our next Fed meeting, okay, on the 10th. So what he comes out with tonight could be a very, very big deal. All right, very big deal for our markets. Excuse me. So 10 a.m. today, that's really our major news. Now, when you go and you look at, what's going on, you'll see that. Remember, we were at 91%. This is for a cut. So we're at 87.4% chance of a cut right now. And we were up at 91, and then we dropped to like 50. And then Williams came out and said what he said, and we're back up to 87.4. So whatever Powell says tonight, obviously the markets are responding to that, because if you look, that big pullback we had, that was after the meeting when, it took about 4 weeks, and then the market started pricing back in this cut. So, it's just going to be interesting to see how the markets are going to perceive what he says tonight. That's the big deal, right? How are the markets going to perceive that? So where'd you guys go? Hang on real quick. There you are. So we'll see. It's just one of those things beyond our control. All right. But as far as what's right in front of us, 10 o'clock, so don't let that one sneak up on you. Okay. So we'll see. Good morning, Sabrina. Morning, Bernice. Morning, Trip. There's Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. What's up, everybody? Okay. All right. So let's get to it here. There we go. Okay. So remember, regardless, price will tell us everything we need to know. Right? Price will tell us everything we need to know. So starting off on the VIX, this is VX, the VIX futures, now VIX, the index. So here's where we are in our series of measured moves. Just starting our week. All right, we're just starting our week. And this is this is a full week, right? Last week wasn't a full week. So here's where we are in our series. So we had our pullbacks, right? And this was from the 24th to lows. We had this pullback right here. Now you're going to see this. You're going to see the inverse of this on the indices. All right. So we had these Monday's lows, right? We completely blew through this target. So we've got these Monday's lows to lows, and that's what's holding us down. And that's what's holding the indices up right now. So as we move forward through the day and through our news events, this is how we're looking at this. All right. And TradingView, you guys should have this. 1985 to 1805. All right. There's our pullback right there. Okay. So a break of this, we have to take these 1916s, round up to the nearest nickel, because the VIX, that's what a tick is 0.05. Round up to 1920 at a tick, 1925. So 1925s and below, all right, the VIX is holding on to this extension short, right? And remember, this runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up. VIX up, indices down. This leads. All right, this is the leader. The broad markets follow this. The indices are just passengers. This is the driver. All right. So as long as we hold on to this extension short, the indices are free to rally. Now, if for some reason that would break, right, we could come halfway back. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we could have a massive pullback on the VIX. So this is exactly what we're watching here. All right. Going into our morning, going into our week. Now, if that breaks, there can be obviously other, resistance anchors we could draw from. But that's where we are right now. The one thing we have to watch out for here, if that extension does break, when you move out to the larger time frame, right, you can see where we are. Okay, we're down here at lows. All right, so you can see if this extension could break, or if it does, then we'll have a normal pullback. There's nothing, too weird about that or anything. All right, if that does happen. Okay, but that's where we're sitting on the VIX right now. as we go into our morning. So, are any questions here? Morning, Lau. Any questions going into the morning on where we're sitting or these draws or anything like that? Let's see, anybody? Everybody good? 1985 to 1805. All right. Okay, very good. All right, so moving on. All right, our financials. Now, bank has room. These are the financials in our markets, right? This isn't traded, it's just an index. But when bank is rising, okay, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. When bank is falling, that puts a headwind. Just creates the environment that the indices are in. So you can see bank does have a pullback to make, right? So we had these longs coming out of the 17th to our highs here on the 20th. There was our pullback. There was our target right there. Went to and through our target. So we do have this potential extension long here. So we have no idea if this is here. And again, it's just an index, so it doesn't have to be, exact by any means. So if we open up and we see bank pulling back, well, that could put some down pressure on the indices. Makes it harder to go up, easier to go down. So we'll see. We'll see where we open up, which, what direction we get moving. But there is room, right? There is room for our financials to make a pullback, but it can do whatever it wants. All right, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. All right, so moving on to the ES. Now, remember I was talking about on those Mondays highs to highs. That's what you're going to see on the indices. All right, so here's those Mondays highs to highs. All right, that's 67.31.75 to highs. All right, just directly inverse of the VIX right here. All right, Mondays highs to highs, Mondays lows to lows on the VIX. Now, what we're watching as far as the gap fill is this. It's always kind of wonky on when we have trading halts because we have to go back to the last 4 o'clock close we had of a full day. All right, and that was here at the 68.25.25. All right, that's right there. That was Wednesday's close, right there. All right, so here's 10 points away from Wednesday's close. Here's 20 points away, and you can see 20 points away from Wednesday's close is defending. Right, so those could be our entries in the direction of the fill. All right, so this right here is equating to this right here. All right, so as long as we stay, below this extension and we continue to fall, then the indices can lift off of their support. All right, right there. Okay. So we'll see. We could bounce around and chop around in here, obviously. But you can see there's our 4 o'clock close, 24.25s, and there's our 20 points away, right there. Okay. Now, if the VIX would break that extension short, right? Remember, it's the leader. So if it would break that extension short and make a larger pullback, then the indices are going to make much larger pullbacks. There's a lot of room. So that's what's holding us up. You can look at it that way, right? That extension short on the VIX, those Mondays lows to lows, right here. That's what's holding the indices up right now. Okay? Right there. All right? And if, like I said, if that extension short on the VIX breaks, different conversation. But that's where we are. All right, that's where we are. 68.25. 25 is Wednesday's close. Right? Okay. What's the start of that draw, Tamika? 67.31.75 to highs. All right. I'm not sure, Ivan. That's very good though. Where is Art? Is Art on? Get all the family members on here. Okay, got it. Good. Okay. All right. All right. So there we are. Any questions? Pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. Everybody good? All right. What the hell is going on here? Okay, there we go. Okay. How many people? What do we got? Hang on. I'm all over the fairway. Here, one second. Oh, okay, there we go. Don't worry about me. All right. What the hell are we doing? Okay, moving on. NASDAQ. Now, NASDAQ, different. NASDAQ, weakest. Okay, look at what's going on here on the NASDAQ. Mondays, highs to highs, inverse of the VIX, same as the ES. Let's try that again. There we go. That pierced, didn't it? Right? So you can see the NASDAQ is the weakest. All right, so kind of interesting. Now we're not going to get too terribly excited about this yet. We'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide like we always do. But you can see on the NASDAQ, you know, there might be a little something going on up here. Okay, so we're going to have to keep a close eye on that, because if this remains the weakest, right, it could, you know, even if the VIX just kind of goes sideways, you know, the NASDAQ could drop. All right, so we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX, you know, be our guide like always. But just interesting that how much weaker this is, because look at the ES, that's where we are, right, in our pullback, same pullback. NASDAQ's down here. Okay. Now, when we move on here to and we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide here. You know, if the ES trades in the direction of the gap fill and the VIX rolls over from that extension short, then the NASDAQ's going to head up regardless. Okay, but it's the weakest. Now, look at the YM and the Russells. Okay, these guys are flying. All right, here's the YM. There's those Mondays, highs to highs. NASDAQ's broken this. ES is sitting right on top of it. Look where the YM is, right? It is strong. YM and the Russells both. Remember we talked about the Russells for a while? So YM is strong. It's really hanging in there, okay? What's the gap we're using for today? We are using 68, 25, 25. All right, that is the 4 o'clock close of on Wednesday. That's our last full day. Okay. Everybody got that? 68, 25, 25? Everybody good? Chirpy Carrie? Okay. All right. So there's YM. Much stronger, right? Much stronger. Now, remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks' movements. So we'll see where bank opens up, what direction we get moving. And that's going to put the biggest tailwind or headwind behind the YM and the Russells. But you can kind of see a rotation into value, right? That's what a lot of people consider the Dow as value. NASDAQ is risk. Dow is value. All right, so you can kind of see a rotation. NASDAQ's down here. All right, so not a whole lot to do right here. The thing is, like I always say this, if you're trying to trade the YM or the Russells and you're not using bank, you're making it too hard on yourself, right? So anytime I trade the YM and the NASDAQ, I'll wait for bank to open up. I'll wait for regular market hours, because bank's the best leading indicator you've got for these. So kind of no man's land right here, not doing a whole lot. All right, but look how much stronger it is, right? So if you hold Dow stocks in your portfolio, being, the big Dow stocks, Home Depot, Chase, or some others, Berkshire, some of those, McDonald's. So, you should probably see those Dow stocks doing pretty well. All right. Okay. Oh, it's SEM. That's right. SEM is trippy. Okay. Gotcha, buddy. All right. So moving on to the Russells. Remember, we've been quietly talking about the Russells. All right. Remember about a week or two ago, I'm like, hey, keep an eye on this, blah, blah, blah. There could really be an opportunity here on the Russells. Well, look at the Russells. All right. And that's not hard to figure out, guys. It's just because we were just waiting on bank to break its downtrend, and then we knew the Russell was going to take off. So there's been some really good opportunities here. But here's those Mondays, right? Highs to highs. Same draw. Everything's inverse of the VIX, right? And all these indices have these Mondays, last Monday, highs to highs. Morning, Jalen. Morning. So you can see, here's where the Russells is in that pullback. So you got the NASDAQ breaking, you got the ES just making a normal pullback, Dow's way the hell up here, and here's the Russells. So we're all in these same pullbacks, okay? So how does that help us? Well, we watch the VIX in that short, and then we watch bank when it opens up, and if you have the VIX rolling over out of this extension short, and then you have bank starting to rally, well, that's going to take everything higher. Okay, simple as that. All right. So, any questions? VIX bank indices. VIX bank indices. Before we move on. Anybody? Everybody good? Dialed in? All that being said, right? That whole spiel I just went through, right, comes down to this little pullback right there. All right, that little pullback right there. That'll tell us everything we need to know. Okay? There's no reason to guess, right? There's no reason to say, oh, it's going to do this, or oh, it's going to do that. No. Price will tell you everything you need to know. We hold here, start to head south, indices will rally. For some reason, this thing gets a wild hair, HARE, and lifts off, indices are going to sell off. Simple as that. So that whole spiel I went through comes down to right here. Okay? All right. And again, 1985, great year, to 1805. All right. Okay. All right, cool. All right, so moving on. Bitcoin slammed right into its next extension short. This is just really becoming like you could write a textbook for measured moves. It's been really something. So we had on Bitcoin, here was our first pullback, right? Starting the winter, right there. All right. You guys might not be able to see that. There we go. Okay, there was our pullback. Then we had these smaller measured moves. Okay, there was a little extension that broke right there. And then we just fell, or we just squeezed right back. See how this draw went to and through our target? And we pulled right back into our next extension, or our first larger extension short right there. Bam. Now that one has now broken. Here, do this. There's that extension short. It is now broken. It's long from lows. Right there, pierced. So we could have another pullback right here. All right, right there. That would start the series down into the 75, 323 targets. Okay? Just being really awesome, right? It's just being really awesome. As far as, I mean, the technicality of what it's doing on the way down is pretty awesome. All right. So that's what we're looking at on Bitcoin right there. That could be our next entry right there. And if this continues to fall, then we're just going to continue to trail until it makes a pullback. And that's where we can jump into that trend. Okay. Pretty cool. Lots of opportunities. Ultimate target September 6th or 33,000. All right. So we'll see. Okay. Now, crude oil, let's just take a look. Let's be nice and take a look, see if it's doing. No, it's not. It still sucks. There's nothing here. I don't know what happened, right? But it just technicality, participation, gone, right? I know where it's going. It's going, I mean, as far as commodities, it's going into the silver, basically. But there's just nothing going on here, right? Imagine if you were trying to trade, you would highs from lows, shorts from highs, highs from lows. You would have gotten just absolutely decimated in this thing. Right? There's just nothing there, right? That's why we're putting it away, and it's gonna stay over in its own little place until it wakes up. Anyway, so let's get to the precious metals, the fun stuff. All right, so here's gold. All right, we're still in this larger long. Remember, we've had two gifts so far. The first gift was the 3155s that we had talked about way back when was that? In May. And then our April 22nd highs to highs. That's our next gift, these 3954s. Okay, that's got a target up at 4607. Now, where are we inside of that? And how can we get into this thing? Well, other than just throwing a dart, right, and hoping you don't pick the top. There's two different ways to look at this. There's not a whole lot of structure to this, to be honest. There's not a whole lot of structure to that. But we had these pullbacks off of lows, all right, that were insanely sloppy. Nothing there. But then we also have, this is kind of what I'm going to go off of. Our new contract, because we had our contract rollover, right? Had our contract rollover right here. Hence the gap, for anybody wondering why there's a gap there. But there's our new contract right there, our new contract lows to highs. All right, so that's what we can watch. That can hold us up, right? That could hold if we make a pullback at all, right? If we make a pullback at all. There's a lot going on under the surface with the precious metals right now, especially silver, because there's no supply. I don't know if you guys have been following that at all, but it's kind of spooky, right? That the lack of physical silver compared to the demand for it, it's kind of getting really, really out of whack. So there's a lot going on. So anyway, so there's gold. That could be the best. I mean, like I said, you could go down to tiny time frames if you want to day trade this. But as far as our larger moves, we'll watch from our new contract lows to highs. Okay, down in here. Now, when we get to silver, all right. Morning, Low Manco, what's up? Here's silver. Now, let's look at this for a second. Okay. This is what silver has done since, this is when we started talking about it. Okay. And I don't say this to sound cool or anything. I'm trying to make a point. But we started talking about this about 2 years ago, in 23, down here. This is where we were all getting into silver. Why were all of us back then getting into silver? Because of the gold-silver ratio was absolutely out of its mind. Okay, it was like 100 to 1. All right, it comes out of the ground, I think it's 16 to 1 between the ratio of gold to silver. But silver's been trying to close that gap ever since. All right, and this is what's happened. Now we're at new all-time highs. Okay. Silver, there's always been that rumor, right? Way higher silver derivatives than physical. Yeah, there's a big shortage, right? LBMA, if you look into all that, if there was a run on silver, they couldn't cover it, right? So here's where we're sitting, right, on our silver futures. All right, now we're at all-time highs, right? All that fun stuff. But look what we've done. Go down to the 4 hour. There we go. Those 57.03 targets that we've been talking about for a couple weeks, we hit them. Crazy, right? So let me move this over. There we go. From our highs on July 23rd to our highs on October 16th, there was that pullback, and we have now gone to and through those 57.03s. All right. So what do? Well, it's a highs to highs. We've gone through this target. It's just insane. It's just crazy. Like, you know, it's really something. So now we're drawing from these highs on the 16th, October 16th, highs to highs. So that's our next, and you can see this is getting front run already. The demand is through the absolute roof, right? There's our pullback, 56.18, right? And we're not even getting there. Market participants aren't even letting us get, it's getting bought up. People don't want to miss orders getting filled, right? So that's what we're looking at, right? And this could go straight up, right? But that's our pullback. Now, if that would break, obviously we're making a much larger pullback, but that's what we're looking at right now. So that is what I say, October 16th. Yeah, October 16th, highs to highs. Okay. And that's where we're sitting right there. I think that's where we're sitting. All right. So those are our precious metals. All right. So now when we're looking at our precious metals, we're getting dollar weakness. And remember, we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks, that if we can just get a little bit dollar weakness, then those precious metals can break through those short setups and get rolling. And they have. That's all it took, was the dollar turning over. All right. So here's DXY. Now, this isn't the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies just put together. This is just an index. We're watching for our lows from the 16th, October 16th, to our highs up here on November 5th. There's that pullback. All right. And we're falling right back down into support. Now, if this breaks, remember, this doesn't lead anything, right? Over 50% of this index is made up of the euro. So we watch the euro because the DXY can lie, right? It can lie to you. But if it does break this extension or this traditional, this long right here, we could be in a series of shorts that's going to really lead us down in going from dollar strength to dollar weakness. And that dollar weakness is going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals, and to a certain extent, a tailwind behind the indices. Okay. So let's get to the actual currencies themselves. Now, the dollar yen, okay, broke. There was a little extension long that the dollar yen broke. All right. So here's its next larger pullback. Some people ask me, why do you even watch the dollar yen? Why? Because I'll show you here in a second. So this is dollar weakness, right? And that's from our highs on July 31st to highs. So it's coming back down into this support. Now, this is how we're going to tell if we, what did we do that for? If we do trade support. What, Tamika? It's not giving me the thing. There's the TOS glitch. All right. So, all right. So this is our next measured move in our series. All right. So you can see, you know, if we do start this pullback, we've got some room even to get back into resistance. All right. But this continuing to fall, right, is dollar weakness. Okay, is dollar weakness. Now, what's spooky about this is when we get to the euro, and look where the euro is. This looks all well and good, right? Bunch of dollar weakness, looking awesome, blah, blah, blah. But when you zoom out, right, look what we're running into. See where we are? Right up here. So that's where we're going to have to watch. Now, if we see the euro continuing to climb, all right, and we see the dollar yen lifting out of this support, okay, and the dollar yen and the euro going up together, that's the carry trade wind up. That's the one you don't hear about on the news. That's extremely bullish, right? That's extremely bullish. So we're going to have to watch, because if the dollar yen lifts off, and even to make this pullback, and the euro rolls over, totally fine, normal, nothing to see here, people, right? That's just straight dollar strength. But if we see the euro continuing to climb into this resistance, and we've got the dollar yen lifting off, super bullish. Don't want to be looking short on anything, pricing US dollars then. Okay, so we'll see. But euro's running back up here. All right, and here's where we are in our series. So we have these pullbacks, right? These went to and through their targets. So there's a couple different draws here. You can look from the high on the 26th, highs to highs. All right, 26 highs to highs, that could be there. And then we've got our next, if we go up in a series from those lows right there. But it's kind of spooky because of where we are, right? So we'll see. If we can hold these extensions, actually I would delete that. If we can hold these extension longs, that can kind of be our line in the sand. Okay, that can kind of be our line in the sand right there. All right, for us to keep going straight up. Because we know if those break, we can come at least halfway back. But then halfway back would be in the middle of the range, which we wouldn't want to touch anyway. So let's use this. All right, let's use this. Okay, this thing continuing to go up, dollar weakness, falling dollar strength. All right, moving on to the pound. All right, here's the British pound, excuse me. All right, there's its next long, okay, on the larger time frame. Drawn from these lows on October 3rd to our highs on July 2nd. All right, but we're still in this series of shorts leading us down. Okay, so we'll see. It's got a lot of work to do, right? Let's see if I can draw from there. Yeah, right there. So it's still got a lot of work to do. So it's coming right back up to resistance. That's drawn from these highs on October 1st to lows. And you can see we're getting a reaction right there. Okay. So again, if we see the euro roll over and the pound roll over, then we're going back to dollar strength trades, at least for the short term. All right. Okay, so let's see where we are. VIX still hanging out in that extension short. Where are we on the fill? There's those 20 points away right there. They're defending. There's our fill. Remember, it's over here. It's the last full day's 4 o'clock close, which was last Wednesday. All right, so 68.25.25. Got to fill during market hours. All right. So we'll see. It's all about that VIX extension short. That's all, 100%. Okay. All right. Questions. What did you guys miss? What can I go over again? Anybody? Everybody dialed in. Isn't it funny that whole spiel I went through comes down to this right here, this chart, this one little setup, right? That one little setup right there. All right, Mike D, what's up? Thanks, brother. VIX chart, cycle trader, yep. 1985 is what we're watching. 1985, Monday's lows to 1805. It's like this is the draw on all the indices as well, just inverse, obviously. Draw on the ES, Monday's highs to highs, just inverse of this. Right there, you got it. Cycle, Then I'll move over to the ES. All right, so Monday's lows to lows. Okay, and then Monday's highs to highs. 3:45, 3:30, 3:30 p.m. highs to highs. Right there. All right. Got it, Darren? Just inverse right there. Inverse of the VIX. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody good? Just looking here. Got it. Okay. All right, cool. All right, everybody. Well, let's have a great week. Remember, it's a Monday, right? It's a Monday. Things could be choppy, sideways Monday. Now, don't let that 10 a.m. news sneak up on you, right? Tie a string around your finger, whatever. Set an alarm on your phone, whatever you got to do. That's one of those, you get your happy butt moving throughout your morning, and then all of a sudden you get smacked, and you're like, what the hell was that? It was the 10 o'clock news. Okay? So be aware of that. All right? Okay, Tyler, all to you. You guys are the best. Thanks, everybody. Miss Paz, Amanda, you guys are awesome. Let's have a great week, everyone.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, thanks, Tyler. See y'all.
See ya. All right, everybody. Good stuff from Aaron, as always. We appreciate him coming on and giving us the in-depth breakdowns of all the different names, all the different sectors. He does a great job, so thanks to Aaron. And we have live trading coming up. Market opens here in just about 30 minutes. We're going to have Ammar on, and I believe Lady Leverage will be here as well. If you haven't seen on social media and you have been interested in joining the StockDads Discord, they're running a Black Friday sale right now. 45% off, and I believe if you take advantage of that sale, that gets locked in for life. So make sure you guys are checking that out if you are not part of the Discord. I believe it's code BF for Black Friday. So another update with that. So with the launch of the Black Friday sale, we have 2 small account challenges. Ammar had the one that he was working on up to about $1,800 in profits. Since we launched the Black Friday sale, he withdrew those profits, and he's going to start fresh today. So Ammar's starting a fresh 1K to 10K challenge, and he'll be on with us live. So make sure you guys are locked in for that. And then we also have Zach is starting a small account challenge. He's starting with 3K. I forget exactly. I can't remember if he's aiming for 10 or 20, but he's starting with 3, and he's going to, update everybody on all his positions inside the Discord. He'll be on Tuesday to trade live. So just an update on everything that's going on with that. That is that. Also, GameStock, we had them on, I think it was last week during the short week. But GameStock, it is basically an app where you can enter tournaments similar to fantasy football, but you pick stocks. And StockDads is officially hosting our first tournament on GameStock. So that's starting today. If you haven't yet, there's a link in the Discord. I'll see if I can share the link in the chat. And we can get that going. Anybody who wants to join that tournament, you can do so. And we'll update the leaderboard and everything this afternoon. So that's everything we kind of got going on. That's a little update. We're going to step away here really quickly. And then when we come back, we'll be back for live trading. So make sure you guys get your coffee, get a little snack in, and markets open here shortly. We'll see you guys all very soon. Don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Payouts are in your bank in 5 minutes on average, though many have gotten them even faster. And they've paid over $10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. And the rules are simple. Built for sustainability, it can help sharpen your edge with a clear path to Lucid Live. Right now, you can get 45% off Lucid Test 25K accounts with code StockDads. Also, 50% off all resets. This offer runs through November 16th. You can also get 30%. What's up, everybody? We're back. Just so you guys know, we got I'm picking my GameStop buys here. I got oh no. Did I run out of time? I think I might have. Oh well, all right, we got 3 stocks picked. What's up? We got Fuzz here. Fuzz joining us today. Okay. Let me get Fuzz added. Fuzz, can you hear me all right? I'm good, man. Give me 1 second to get your camera added here. Thanks, dude. Well, happy December, everybody. He told me he likes my. Sorry, your audio hasn't been on, but. All right, there you should be. What's up, everybody? We got Fuzz. Everybody's got Fuzz. I believe, is Ammar joining us too? Do you know
what it is? I think it's Lady.
Okay. Oh, yep, there's Lady.
There she is.
We'll get her added. No worries.
I feel you on that. Got 2 cameras? Oh, I hear you.
All right, we got everybody. We're on now. I just gotta get the charts added in. Thank you. Got, you know, first day of December. We going to a little Santa rally here, right? You know.
Well, I think Santa fell off the sled, but we'll see.
Yeah. he might be a little too much eggnog.
Yeah, I was about to say eggnog instead of milk, huh?
Let's see what we do.
I'll get their charts added here, and yeah, as you can see, my crazy ass has got GME. We got GameStop up. The monthly and weekly chart looking kind of good on GameStop.
You are crazy.
You gotta watch it, man. You gotta watch it. It's looking like it could be. Look at this monthly chart here. We got the weeklies looking solid. We got the strong weekly close here. Let's see. We got to keep GME on watch today.
Hey, I'm for it. If it pops.
Hey, let's go.
It pops. That'd be great.
All right, let me get your charts added here. And Lady, if you could share your chart.
Oh, is it not sharing? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No worries.
Share screen with others, sure. Share window.
Let them open up. Ooh, that was a good one.
Oh, rejected.
Oh, like high school prom.
Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving?
Oh, lots of food.
Busy.
Yeah.
Definitely busy. I stayed away from the cranberry sauce.
Did you?
100%.
I'm not sure what I want to see in the indices here. I'm kind of torn. Could go either way, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just kind of letting them open up. Ticks opened up a little bit soft. I'm just trying to see what this what the VIX might do. We had a pretty crappy overnight session, so
Sure did.
Yeah,
see
solid,
how they respond to that.
solid sell-off.
Bitcoin too, not good.
Yeah.
Crypto got hammered.
Yeah, it's not friendly. Yeah, we're still under that 200. Hopefully we can get above it. Oh boy. On the 5-minute. Okay, set that.
Just for everybody watching, that is Fuzz's chart, so you know whose is who.
Let's see if we break over 68.25 on the ES. And I'm just kind of letting things open up. Start of the week, start of the month. No need to be in too much of a hurry.
Yeah, agreed. We also, I think there's data at 10 a.m. when we have PAL this afternoon.
Yeah. Do got the Papa P. Yeah. Well, mine says it's at 8 p.m.
What's at 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Powell.
Oh,
He's
really? I
speaking
thought
at
it was at 2.
Stanford. No.
After hours, so that's fun. That's rare.
Yeah, that's
Stanford,
that's
I thought it was. That he's speaking at. Everything puts. Synopsis is up because of their deal with the NVIDIA. Win is green. They had an upgrade. Las Vegas Sands. Dash is a little green. Freeport. Newmont.
I saw that Baba was up. Baba.
Hey, you know who's up, baby? GME, baby.
Nice little.
ES and NQ are both popped up into VWAP here. Seeing a little resistance, but trying. ES is above, NQ still below.
Got this. Here's my path. I got this possible idea. We'll see. We need to get over that 2.5 mark.
Baba's a little green. I see here. Disney. All right.
Sailing away.
Ooh, that's a jam. Man, I only got to pick 3 stocks in my GameStock challenge. Dang.
How many do you normally do?
I think they give you 4. But I wish you could buy during market. I don't like that you gotta place all your orders before market open. Just testing the app right now.
Okay, NVIDIA starting to move up.
Yeah, market seeing some strength across the board
Okay.
here.
All right, let's see. What are we doing here?
177 wall on NVIDIA, so careful with that.
We are over the 25 mark.
Okay, 68.30 looks good for a spot for ES. On 68.30.
I think I'm gonna go for a SPY long here. 681 calls.
681 calls on SPY you're watching?
Yeah.
So I just want to wait for the pullback though.
Yeah.
It's too far from the 9.
Little pullback would be
Or-
nice.
Or it's going to hold the fair value on ES 68.24.75. We'll see. Or no, it's a little bit lower. There
Now
it
we're
is.
back
Never
below,
mind.
so yeah, gotta get this candle close over that 2.5. Gotta get it over and stay. Hold the line.
Yeah, nothing's really standing out to me.
Yeah, I don't see the flow coming in yet. I don't. 683 seems to be the top.
Chicago PMI 945. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI 945. And more PMI ISM at 10. Oh yeah, it does say 8. NASDAQ pulled back all the way to its opening print.
Send it back down.
You know it's not pulling back? GME, baby.
GME.
Over 2268. She looks pretty good. We'll see. We'll see.
What about okay, AMC's not doing
I haven't trade options on this name in so long. I am still holding shares of it though.
Careful at the 23. There's a little wall.
Yeah.
There's support at 22. So
Yeah, I have us coming into a little bit of resistance.
let's see here.
Amazon's still doing good. What are small caps up to?
Did you hold off on the SPY longs?
Yes. Yeah, no, I didn't get my candle close over 2.5.
That's what I thought. Just making sure.
Did not.
A little bit more of a rally if I went shorts. I'm not sure what to do.
Now we're just kind of back in the fray.
Considering. Just watch.
Data at 10.
Yeah, I think I might wait for that at 10.
Let's see, what is gold up to?
Oh, there you go.
Or MSTR, any of these crypto guys doing anything?
That's good. That's a good.
73 100. The Dow Jones is
Yeah,
pushing up.
it's looking solid.
Dow and small caps are rallying. Nasdaq is
Yeah, Nasdaq looking the
Confused.
weakest currently.
it's confused.
Yeah, this Arrowhead, ARWR, ARWR, what is that? Pharmaceuticals.
The bubbles.
The big balls, baby.
Balls.
Balls. See,
Ooh.
NUTX. It's good here. Pump. Petro Pump.
Is there a symbol called dump?
Don't.
That's funny.
If NQ can sell into 25,191, which would also give us a little spike below the overnight low. Try to hold from there. It's an area I'd be interested in trying some longs from.
Yeah, we got. It's a tug of war still right now. It seems
Mm-hmm.
between the Dow, small caps, and the
The coin
Nasdaq.
is starting to move.
Yeah, I saw that.
The S&P is just kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah, coin's looking strong.
I do like that. Did you hold on to your coin calls?
I ended up
Swing
selling.
anything?
I ended up selling everything but one runner for right around 100% on
Nice.
was that Monday, I think. And I held one runner into the following day, but it didn't continue to get the follow through I wanted. But overall, yeah, still a good trade for me.
Deal.
Arrow is looking interesting, but there's no volume, so forget that.
Hard time.
BK, what is that?
Burger King, you
Is
gotta
that
have it your
BK
way.
Mellon?
Oh, there we go. Nice bounce.
Yeah, yes, opening print hold, NQ back above the opening print. Has me interested in maybe a long stab.
I'm gonna try some here. Let's see. Let me see how many I can get on this account.
I'm gonna join you, I think.
Ah, not this account. Okay. Let me just see. Okay, CLSK is still kind of holding. All right.
But I mean, when I look at the beer movement in the prime, am I going to be saying, you know what, that was a great thing those other guys had during that 9-month window that Jensen allowed to have?
There we go. I was trying to run a scan. I kept clicking the wrong one.
NVIDIA, and they do a great job, as you know, and I've always been complimentary. What NVIDIA's done is much more versatile. Our technology much
They
more.
ain't give me a Santa hat.
I know, man. So we gotta rock them. You went to Santa Rally, you gotta rock the Santa hat.
I got a bullhorn, like bulls and bears hat somewhere.
Nice.
It's like a mask kind of thing, like Halloween. They're trying again.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get calls loaded back up. See what happens. See if they can close above the 2.5.
Yeah, I'm in a MNQ at 25,280.
Oh.
I'm up about $200 here to start.
Golly. I still got 2 minutes before a candle close. All right. Oh, that's a big push.
Oh, nice. Oh, heck yeah.
I like it.
About 40 points here on the MNQ.
All right, I'm gonna get the 681.
Oh, we lost Lady Leverage. I just realized that.
Oh no, where'd she go? Baby, come back. You got all of me. 681 calls. Looks like we should be okay. Let me see. Come on. That's fine.
Oh, you know what? I forgot. I added a soundboard. Let's check if it works.
Sweet.
Can you hear that?
I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it? Chat, did we hear the horn? Is my soundboard working, chat? All right, soundboard's working.
Let's see. Come on, let's see if I can hold it. Hold the line. And then we can get
I
in.
think Lady Leverage is getting back. Oh, she's getting on, and then oh, I think she's back.
Oh,
She's back.
she's got a
No, she's gone again.
interweb issue.
Thank you, right at VWAP here. My upper target, first target would be 25,347.
All right, I'm in at $1.31. Make sure. Yeah. $1.31 on the 681s. Sorry, 681 call. 131. There we go. Let's ride. Let's ride, as Mr. Peanut would say.
Mr. Peanut, does he say that? Let's ride. Is that true?
I think so.
Really?
I'm pretty sure he said that's what he says.
That's funny. We'll switch this.
Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild world.
What? So you just entered spy calls?
Yeah, the 681s. 681s. Ideally, we come all the way up to 77. Of course, I want to shed if we this doesn't really start to go. Let me get off this 1 minute chart because the 1 minute chart is silly. Unless it's a super fast market. It's a little slow.
All right, was just adjusting the setup there since we lost Lady Leverage. Uh-oh.
So far, so good.
What's your film? Sorry.
131. It's a new month, it's a new day, and I'm feeling
Alright, we're
good.
about 10 points away from my trim. 10 or 12
Done.
points. Up about 500 smackers. I'm trying to show my Tradeovate screen. I don't know why it's not. See if we can get the fill.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I may or may not have to sneeze.
Oh, baby.
All right, let's go.
Nice.
Do the drum dance. I'll take a shed here. Why not? $1.55. That'll work. Thank you.
All right. Love the Tradeovate, so we can actually see the position here now.
155. Shed. Race stops. Let's keep going.
Let's go. I took off 2 of my 5 there.
All right. Go. Burn, baby, burn.
So we locked in a couple $100 in profit.
Disco Inferno. Look at him go.
Hey.
Oh, you're up 420? Golly.
Yeah, buddy.
420 for the meme.
Hey, light it up. I'm going to throw my stop at break even on the remainder.
Good trade, sir.
Thank you. Hey, we got her back.
She's back.
Oh, baby, I'm back.
Yeah, careful. I will get a jingle stuck in your head so fast.
I swear, Fudge, you do that to
170.
me every day. You get me with the jingle. Lady, did you said you took a trade? You're up.
Yeah, I'm up 50%.
Let's go.
Come on. Thank you.
I gotta get your camera added back here.
All right, I took some more off at 180.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, manager position. Let's go. All 3 of us, I think, caught some nice longs.
60.
Look at that dingus. Yeah, this was the theory, wasn't it?
For I guess Chicago is at 9:45. Yeah, and then
Stop it. How do you get? Okay.
all right. Now let's see. Let me fix these.
Beautiful. Let's see. How much have we retraced? Oh, look, we're at the 618. Can we get to 6851?
Wow, that's a big move. I can see my screen now. Wow. Look at that move. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
it's a great move. Yeah.
Meta's still struggling.
Zuckerberg.
Gosh, I'm gonna have to get another laptop. Okay, wow. Very nice push. 60. Okay, that's why I was going off, because we hit the half gap, so we hit the full gap, it looks like. Very nice.
being too conservative, or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side, you on track. Call for Fisher's comfortable retirement kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the investor's guide.
So all we needed was them to take control over that 2-5, and off we go.
That's it.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on
Gonna be able to get me a Santa blazer.
All right, there's my.
Let's go. Santa Blazers all around, baby. I have this upper level here, 25, 347.75 on NQ. Giving us a little resistance right now.
This Christmas, man, what did you get?
So this is Christmas.
I hope it's showing my screen. It keeps asking me to share.
I have to get it I'm getting it re-added back in now.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, we got your screen now, Karen.
okay.
Ooh, come on.
Is it sharing?
Yep, it's working. Yep.
Okay. Okay. 4x. Let's see.
All right, nice hold so far. That's a nice 5-minute close. Originally looked like it was putting in an upper wick.
Someone said they can hear some tapping.
Yeah, I don't know. I hear that too. I don't know what it's from.
I can hear it.
Where's it from? That's weird.
All right, sure.
Yeah, I don't know what that tapping is. It's weird.
I don't know why my thinkorswim is freezing hard.
You're crazy. Let's see. We had data
putting my
ISM
headset on.
manufacturing PMI 48.2 versus 49. ISM manufacturing prices 58.5 versus 59.5. Okay. Let's see if I can get the full report.
Did the tapping go away? It could have been picking up. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I
it
put the
seems
headset
to.
on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that
Okay.
worked. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. I don't know what it was picking up.
Record rise in warehouse stocks. Okay. Demand growth slides as international trade deteriorates again. Confidence improves and employment growth picks up to a 3-month high. Manufacturing's slowly been improving. It's not great, but it's better.
Weakest since July, and finally on the employment front, 44.0, another big
Yes,
miss.
it did it a little bit.
46, 44.0 will be the lightest read since August. And sequentially, well, all the important numbers are sequentially lower. The only one sequentially higher is prices paid. As I pointed out, we'd rather have that moving lower. Interest rates across the globe have some upward pressure. We see 2-year hovering at 352 in the U.S. That's up 3 basis points. The 10-year, after it surpassed the recent ceiling around 404, 405 on the yield perspective, jumped up to 409, hovering at 408, up 6 basis points. Sarah, back to you.
Hey, thank you, Rick Santelli. mixed currents here in the economy.
With
Weaker
the new order
manufacturing has
inflow slowed
reported
sharply,
stronger
hinting at a
spending from the consumer. You know, for all the talk
weakening
about
of
how
demand
stressed
growth.
the consumer is, they're coming out
They're
and
making more
shopping for the
goods, but
holiday
not finding
season. I've been
buyers.
tracking some of these real-time indicators that we're getting from MasterCard, for instance. MasterCard
That's not a shock.
says that Black Friday
Profit margins are
retail
coming under
sales were up
pressure.
4.1% from last year.
Disappointing
E-commerce sales, that's
sales,
really where the strength
stiff
is, up almost
competition, and rising input costs.
10.5%. As good as last year. Not necessarily, but it's still really strong. And if you look at some of the categories that saw growth, apparel sales, that's much needed category for growth, up 5.7%. And jewelry sales up almost 3%. Those stood out. It jives with what we got from Adobe, which showed even stronger growth. They always track the e-com sales, up 9% from last year to a record almost $12 billion spent online over the holiday weekend. And guys, just because my kids were here on, if you remember, before the holiday,
It's not too
Friday,
great when you start
and they
reading
said they
reading
each
that
wanted
report.
jerseys.
Yeah.
So Fanatics sent in some of their data from the weekend. They had a very strong holiday shopping season. Sales on the Fanatics app were up 285% on Black Friday from last year, and the highest that they've ever seen. So it's not just my kids. A lot of kids want jerseys. They have really strong performance. They said in the NFL Lululemon collection, the NBA City Edition, Dodgers World Series champ merch. No surprise. And the NHL alternate jersey launches as well. So just some good color on one specific retailer, which saw really strong gains. And I can relate to it.
Certainly ratified by at least last week's action in some of these retail names.
Karen, can you turn down the TV? They asked on the chat.
That we got, right?
Mhm.
Pretty much of November.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think now it's picking it up more because of the headset.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was always real quiet behind you, but yeah, it definitely got louder with the headset. So good. Deciding how I want to manage this here.
I think I might.
Both ES and Q at some resistance.
Go ahead. Come. See if they hold the line here. Otherwise, I'm going to get shopped out on my runner.
Unless they're being drawn by promotions and all the rest of the season tracks.
Promotions are a big deal, and it was a very promotional holiday period. But keep in mind,
Zero.
retailers raise prices and have firm prices as a last year or so.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I do think the market is still a little bit unsure of what to make of exactly what the.
Bum, bum, da, da, da.
Still holding. It's above the 200, so I'm happy with that at least.
Yeah, I am too.
Still holding. It's holding the half gap. We got a little bit more to get the full gap. Bank is a little far from the 9, so that could drop the bounce. And VIX is far from the 9, so I can see it going up a little bit to drop down.
It's crazy that the VIX is back down to 17.
Quick. Very quick.
So look, we have this framework called our 4 tiers of fear, something we developed over time, kind of formalized back in March. And it assumes that a tier 1 pullback is in the 5 to 10% range. And I think that that's very much within the realm of our forecast. Our target on a 12-month forward basis is 77.50.
Can we get a bull flag?
Versus this Wednesday close before Thanksgiving. We do think that you've got
Bull flag without stopping me out. That'd be great.
I'm with it. Let's go.
NQ might be doing that.
Celsius a little green. A&F still green. I just don't get it. How many people or kids are buying A&F gear? No recession.
I like girls that wear Abercrombie, bitch.
Chinese food makes me sick.
Makes me s-
Who did I sing that for? And they'd never heard of it. I think it was uh Zach. Yeah, I sang that song for Zach Fuzz, and he's like, I said, "You ever heard of that song?" He's like, "Nope." It's like, man, you're making me feel old.
Come on, Zach. He was a college football, baseball player, so I don't know how often how much time he spent in like frat parties and stuff like that.
I mean, I think I was probably in high school when that song came out.
Come on, Nasdaq, let's rally.
It's getting annoying.
You say that'd be annoying?
I said I'm getting annoyed, like I'm
Oh,
just waiting. Do something.
please. It's not rallying. The
Just
Dow
sitting
is
there.
Dow pulled
tripping on
back
itself.
here. VIX is still moving lower.
I just didn't get the bank is going up a little bit. That's for sure. Still at 25 on the runners. I would like more.
Yeah, I'd like another pop higher as well.
Mhm.
Dow Jones is not doing anybody favors.
No, Dow's not helping. Still have a VWAP here coming back into it. See if it can hold.
All right. That's all she wrote for me
Closing it.
on the SPY runner.
Yeah, NQ's holding up a little bit better.
I'm holding out for that 200. See if it holds. If not, then I'm out.
Yeah, we're holding above my level here. Like to see that previous 5-minute low hold for me to stay in.
For some new opportunity. I don't mind the cues. Maybe we can switch
Yeah,
over to the
yeah, it looks a little better. I actually added it back into my position a little bit. We got that little pullback here. About $900 on this trade so far.
Bank is rejecting a little.
Yeah, ticks are softening up.
GME still trucking, baby. Making new highs on the day. I honestly haven't traded options on that name in so long. I just kind of avoided it just to be safe. But.
Get that, Benjamin. Be the ape.
Yeah, I like it. She does look good, man. She does look good. So, Karen, you're still holding your SPY
What's
calls.
causing this laptop?
Fuzz, you are flat,
Yeah, I'm
right?
still up 23.
I'm flat.
Yeah.
I'm flat. I might pick up some cues, but I'm not too sure yet.
Let's check the GameStock leaderboard here. Check leaderboard. All right, so we got Ron CHGY up 4.32%.
It's just all holding for
Yeah,
now. It's
just
waiting
like-
for something.
like, who's gonna blink?
Mm.
All right, now I'm gonna grab these. Now that we're trying to push, I'm a little late. That's okay.
Oh, the Q's, yeah, it's starting to go back up to 34%
Let's go.
on SPY. If we push, I'll grab more. VIX is dropping. Bank is still holding. I need a nice candle. Where's the 9? The 9 is way down there, though. Interesting. It's really all about the 200 and the 100 that's holding the ES on the 2-minute.
I don't like that. I don't like that. Hold it.
I don't know, man. This GameStock, the leaderboard, something doesn't seem right. My count shows that it's up, and it's got me down 24%. What? No way.
Challenge flag.
Getting worked out here, but I should be up. I should be competing. NQ still sideways here. Come on, baby. Hold on for us.
But they get stopped out. Let's see. Yeah, the point of control is lower. If you start slipping, it's easily coming back down.
That's definitely my concern.
Yeah, there's quick. It's gonna be a quick drop. Okay, we got a green. Come on, green.
NQ still battling with this level here. See if she can hold. Come on. Give us a pop higher.
Okay, we're getting 90% buyers coming in here. Come on, push.
Dow Jones and IWM continue to get smacked down. So to the NASDAQ.
Our only hope. Synopsis.
Synopsis is up.
You started cutting out there, Karen. I heard you say synopsis something.
Oh, Yeah, it was a deal that they had with Nvidia.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Hmm.
Super large gap up, but it's faded it pretty good.
Let's see, 95% buyers coming in again. It's holding the 21, so I'll try not to panic. I'll take a coffee break.
I like it. I thought you were gonna get up and go somewhere. I love you. Just like, nope, just taking a drink. She's
Bye,
got
guys.
it.
See you
Go
later.
around and around
Got
the
it locked,
block.
loaded, ready to go, baby. I thought she was gonna get up and walk away.
That's it. Done. I mean, I am done for today, but it'd be nice if it moved.
Come on, Q's. Be the one.
Come on. Come on. Come on, Lee. We got Aaron back at the nooner, everybody. Then this afternoon, I think we have Jordan coming on for Beat the Bot. So we'll see here. We'll maybe trade against ChatGPT again. We do have a reminder. There's a Black Friday sale going on. Hey, my chat bot did good. Did good a couple weeks ago. We tried it.
Really, it worked.
It took 2 winning trades. It was only like a half an hour, but it took 2 winning scalps and it did decent.
Good for you.
We're gonna have to keep testing it out.
Right. We don't need to show up anymore. Just let
I
it
know. I
trade
was just
for
giving
us.
screenshots
yeah.
to ChatGPT, and it was like, go short at this price with a stop at this price. Profit target number 1 this
Wow.
price. And it did pretty good. It did pretty good.
Crazy.
Is it looking at flow or anything, or just
I asked
patterns?
So I asked it beforehand. I'm like, what? I gave it 4 different time frames, and and I asked it if it wanted any indicators or anything like that on its screen, and it said just VWAP for scalping. And so yeah, I not any order flow or anything. Just a screenshot that had showed 4 different time frames, which was like, I think I did the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the hourly, and the daily, and then and then put
just
VWAP on it.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't like how we're just not
moving,
going.
right? Just kind of melting.
Yeah, ES is kind of melting. NQ is still kind of just going sideways, but starting to push lower now too.
Yeah. All right. I'm stopped out. This laptop keeps freezing, so.
That's always frustrating.
Same.
Yeah, so
Right,
it's hard for me to see now.
No, I'm out of keys. Okay. I just don't like that we're not going. It creeps me out when it does that.
Yeah, NQ just broke down below its flag here. See if it gets more follow through. I missed my stop on my runners by like half a point here, so.
Just waiting for a little bounce here to get. I don't want to get out red, so bouncy, bouncy.
Trying.
It's trying. It really is. VIX is starting to bounce up. And bank is now under that 9.
Take it a retest of that 2.5 level. Yes.
It did hit VWAP here. But NQ is now sloping down. It's a problem. Yep. I think we're gonna drop. Yeah, this is really slow. I don't know what in here.
And the Dow is just. Dow did not get
Yeah,
the
Dow's
correct
hitting pretty
memo.
hard.
Well,
Even the almighty GME seeing a pullback here. Who would have believed it?
the almighty.
NQ not wanting to give up though.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
so I
not-
probably got out of
Holding on
break
to this
even on
flag
these
right
runners,
now.
so I'm
I'm
closing them.
fighting it.
I would love it. 'Cause I'm still in
I was
by
wanting more.
half
Do
a
not
point.
go gentle.
I don't like that 2-minute on NQ.
Mondays are so weird.
Yeah.
Another.
Yeah, it's always a little weird too when you have those I don't like those we had like 2 half days of price action. It's always a
Yeah.
little weird.
I'm gonna get puts. I don't know if it's actually gonna go though. Maybe. The 680 SPY puts. I'm gonna go light also here. I'll put the stops at the top and we'll see. And that'll be
Ooh.
my last one for today, or this morning, because those just not working too well. I can't
It's a little
see.
dingus.
Driving blind.
Yeah, puts
Mhm.
starting to look a little
Look at
juicy.
this.
I'm flat
680.
on my MNQ.
139.
Still a solid winner for me. A few $100. MQ seeing a little bounce at VWAP here. Interesting.
It's up 10% already. Gosh. I don't know if we can get under that 200 though. I mean, I hope the market doesn't drop, but I guess we have to find liquidity to go back up.
Yeah.
My wife brought me coffee.
Oh, nice.
She's
Oh,
a champ.
Shouts out Mrs.
Yeah.
Fuzz. I have half like quarter cup left, but it's like cold and I just can't drink it.
Ooh,
I
it's
went to
delicious.
Dunkin' just to change it up.
Come on. Still trying to hold 2.5. I don't hate puts, especially if VIX is gonna be a little naughty. Ticks are just kind of stale. Dow is at the low day. Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Give it away, give it away, give it away.
Dow Jones, where are you going?
She's going down, down, down.
She is.
Pick me up, I'm falling. Yeah, that's a ugly rejection on the Dow.
Yeah, everything's negative.
Try a SPY put, I think. Well, they doing?
Come on board. Be like,
Are we still?
like, eh. I see it for the, when is this? For the 5th, I see a bigger volume for SPY puts. I do see that for Friday, but I don't know if that means we're going to drop. Oh,
Right now, yeah. Two minutes to the first hourly close here.
yeah, right now it's liking the 680.
Still on the 2.5. This might be a condor kind of day. I don't know.
Condor.
I think so far, unless it's waiting for later. Meta kind of dropped.
They're gonna wait till 8 p.m. tonight.
It's still holding.
When our
They
man pal.
Papa P. Papa. Ooh, okay.
It's 15%. Give me 20. I'll take first one.
Gimme.
Give me 20. Come on.
StockDads Discord, guys, does have a Black Friday sale going on right now. 45% off. Code BF. If you've been thinking about joining the Discord, now is a great time to lock it in.
All right, I'm in SPY puts. 6, 7, 9s.
Fabulous.
Let's see if we can take it down to 68.05. First stop is going to be, let's see if we can break the opening print here. I don't know.
20.
Right
First
there.
take here.
Let's
First
go.
trim, nice, good stuff, good stuff.
That is. Mm-hmm. Trying to post it, but it's it's very hard.
Yeah,
I guess
because your computer freezing.
it really wants me to go to Apple Store and get a new laptop.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, sometimes when you're just when you're like on live, plus you have like Thinkorswim open, it can just take a lot of your computer's power,
mhm.
eat up a bunch of it, slow it down.
Yeah, it's just not.
There's some things you can try, Karen. If you look at like the type of like memory space that you have left, make sure that it's not starting to get a little
Right.
full. Sometimes that'll slow it down too.
Oh, okay.
Got a
I'll look because I usually try cleaning the
Yeah.
cache and
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. I mean, if you do that on a regular basis, it's probably not too bad then.
I got
I
new
try to just.
parts coming in Wednesday.
Ooh.
It's gonna be juicy. It's way overkill, but
You doing a custom build?
Mm.
yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got a new setup when we were prepping for the stream, just because every time we would test it, I had like an older Alienware computer desktop,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
every time we would test it, and we started getting more people on, it would just like bog down. So I went and got a new like gaming setup, and it works really nice with everything running.
Nice. Yeah, I got an Ultra 9 coming in.
Nice.
This is gonna be insane.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. I was like using ChatGPT to figure out and research like the best computer that would be able to work with streaming and charts and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
NQ, the only index above VWAP. Actually, RTY just poked above it too.
Yeah, the Russell got a little bit of a hammer, so we'll see what happens. But again, they're playing funny games today.
Mm-hmm.
It is also hungover from turkey.
The Thanksgiving hangover. Classic.
Karen, are you do you prefer stuffing or dressing?
Stuffing or dressing, or do you mean stuffing or gravy, or
There's a difference.
there's a different stuffing and dressing? Oh, there's a.
There it is,
'Cause our
37.
are lower. Let's freaking
I
go.
don't know, it's hard.
VWAP
I like
breaking
it
on
all.
MNQ.
I guess the dressing, if it's good dressing.
Yes, it has to be. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, if not, then I'll just take the dry stuffing.
Stuffing's weird. Why are we putting stuff inside the turkey?
Mhm.
Well, I like stuffing, but I'm good with like a good old like
Right.
stovetop stuffing, and then you throw a bunch of gravy on it, so it's not dry.
Oh, with 5%. Bang.
Nice work on the short skis.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And cranberry sauce. I love cranberries.
Oh, Fuzz was
Well, some
talking
people-
mad shit on cranberry
Mhm.
sauce.
I will diss them. I don't know.
Mine is delayed, so this is. Oh, is that why? I was like, I don't. That's so funny. I was like, I don't know why some people don't like cranberry. They're like, you can't mix it. I'm like, but it tastes good. You can't. And then you get other people like, it's amazing. You have to put it in the sandwich. I'm like, okay.
I think it's good. Yeah, when you like do a
It-
little turkey sandwich, you put a little on there, gives it a little sweet, sweetens it up a bit.
Right.
I think it's good.
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
rock with it.
He's like, no, don't. All right, 50% trim.
I'll die on this hill.
I don't know. I got into it too. Somebody was like, you have to try it. Now I can't.
Now you can't. You stop.
Can't.
You're addicted to
No, I can't have
cranberry
it.
now.
But it's weird that I like the can. Yeah, I like the canned cranberry instead of the fresh cranberry. Is that
That's
bad?
like me with the stovetop. Yeah.
It's funny. Like most of the people I know that do eat cranberry, they much prefer the can than any like the homemade stuff.
Yeah, right? I don't know why. We like processed food. We're used to it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
Is that why?
probably.
I want more.
They messed with us.
I wanted more.
Yeah.
Lisa, don't do it. Don't do me like that. I'm okay with it, but. Oh, okay, fine.
6, 7.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah, that was pretty quick.
That's unfortunate.
That's it.
I did try
Done.
another MNQ long. I got in.
That's a
filled at 306.
okay.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a big. You know what? I'm gonna leave the runners. If we get above the 200, then fine. If not, it'll be a little loss. I'm still waiting. But NQ, I can see, is looking much better. I'm not
Yeah.
mad if we bounce though. Just because of the position, I will be mad, but not overly mad.
Let's see here. We got so like 7 minutes on this 15-minute. I love to see this 15-minute to close strong.
Yeah, I didn't get the follow through that I wanted there, but that's okay. Came right down to the opening print and just yeeted back up.
Yep. See here though, already fading pretty good on the 2-minute.
Wow, 21. Yep. Yep, 27 again. There we go. 28. Maybe we need to touch it again. Touch it again, I'll get out, and then it can go up. That's a long-legged doji, isn't it? That's the only thing.
That's what they used to call me.
What's that?
Long-legged doji.
Yeah, that's funny. I thought you heard them say something on the TV. I was like, I missed it. What was it?
No.
They used to call
Is
you
that when you dated the Colombian girl?
Yeah, oh,
I remember
Yeah.
you told me you dated
Fuzz,
a
you were dating a
Colombian
Colombian girl?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
college.
funny. You remind me of like a good old country boy. So dating a Colombian girl is hilarious.
Yeah, I used to be a wild child.
Oh yeah, yeah. Dang man, I miss Fuzz with the Colombian. Dang,
Mhm.
what a time that must have been.
I was.
Did she
I
ruin
was
your life, Fuzz?
Crazy frat guy.
Okay,
She ruined
NQ.
my life.
Okay, NQ. Come on, baby.
All right. I guess I'll take my exit, but I give it one more. I have to finish with the candle close. See all the things I learned from you, Fuzz? Trading live.
So how did it end with the Colombian, Fuzz? What happened?
Yeah, you don't want to.
Just too much. Just too much woman for you, or what?
Yeah, no, it got a little nasty breakup.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that. NQ bar.
Stop
Come on,
that.
baby.
Just
All right. Stop that. Well, that was fun. We played it up. We played it down.
yeah.
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 I feel like that's your specialty, Karen. Every time you're on, you catch a long and a short.
Both short, yeah. And then I go.
Then she
Actually, I don't
has
need pancakes right now,
no
so
pancakes right now.
No pancakes.
no pancakes. No.
That's because you got the Dunkin'
need to
coffee. You got a
get ready
donut,
for
didn't
the
you?
new
Got
year.
yourself a little Boston
Yeah.
cream or something.
No, I was. So I think on the way home, I may back to the office. I may put it that way. I may grab one.
Yeah, what
Because
I
it'll
like
be
about
two
Karen is she's
trips.
very good at like being okay switching sides.
You're
Mhm.
very
She's not-
flexible. Yeah.
Yeah, she does not get married.
Yeah.
to,
Which
like,
is super hard to
a
do.
side.
Yeah, because I definitely tend to get like married to my idea or married to, you know what I mean, married to my trade sometimes.
No,
That's definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not really into commitment
Yeah.
in life in general.
I can understand that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
She's like, nope, that's not working. Or it
Committing
works,
type.
and then she's
Are you-
out. And then
No.
she's like,
Are
time
you
to go the
not-
other way.
Yeah.
Are you not married, Karen?
No, I'm not married.
Not
but
married?
It's more life kind of
She's
things
married
that-
to the
yeah,
game,
family
baby.
stuff.
Married to the game.
I'm married to, yeah, I'll have my millions and I'll get a pool boy and switch it up every week or
You
something.
know what? I've actually been
Feel like
looking
you're
for
getting
pool boy
too old.
jobs, Karen. I've been looking for
Have
pool boy
you?
jobs.
Oh, okay. All right.
Anyone need a
I'll
shoot
have
'em
an
on that
interview.
lane?
Yeah.
I better start working out.
Be ready to travel. Let's
I
go.
love it. I love the
Mhm.
future plans. That's great.
All right. I mean, life's too short.
Ah,
Why not? Men do it all the time. Why
That's
not
right.
women?
Yeah. Heck yeah, man. I love it.
hmm
NQ seen a little resistance at my level here again. Let's see.
I mean, Bill Belichick, he's like
That's
90
dude,
years
that's
old and dating
that's
like a
weird. Though.
19-year-old.
That
Yeah,
seems
that's-
to be,
Yeah.
that's a weird one. Just like the fact that whatever, date a young chick, I have no issue with that. Do you, boo boo? The fact that she's so involved, like coming on the field in North Carolina and like getting it like just I don't know. It's weird. She's like acting as his manager and stuff. It's just that part of it's weird.
Maybe she's thinking he's gonna die, so let me get involved so that they can see my value, and
Yeah,
then
maybe probably.
maybe.
See, my wife
Mhm.
is 8 years younger than me.
Mm-hmm.
You do
Okay.
got that dog in you, Fuzz. Look at you.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that.
Mm. I don't know, man. We just gonna range it. Bank is still holding up well.
It
I
is.
am weakness with bank strong. Is interesting.
Yeah. Now I'm just bored.
Yeah.
Now.
Now what do we do?
Yeah. I really am gonna get a laptop. I think I'm gonna head over to the mall and see what they have. I'll bring this one and tell them fix it. And if they can't fix it, then I'll get a new one.
There you go. Are you a Mac or Windows person?
I'm Mac now,
Mhm.
but I have both. But for trading, just because I just love how everything just fits together so easily on the phone, everything,
Yeah.
which is how they get you.
Yeah,
So
I know. That's the one thing with Apple is they all integrate so well together.
it's just so easy. So I mean, this one is pretty good. I told them I was a gamer, so I don't even know what this does,
Hmm.
but maybe there's something that I need to go and ask them about. But I do definitely, since we're going to be on lives, I need something more. And I may
Yeah.
actually just build a system, like an actual desktop, and
Yeah.
do
Yeah, they
that.
have the MacBook Pro like desktop ones. They're small, but you just got to connect it to a monitor.
Okay.
But I don't know. When I was looking into it, I wanted a Mac because I have an iPhone, and I love when I'm like editing content and video and all that stuff, like being able to
Hmm.
just airdrop yourself files, and like I love the interface
It's
how they
just the
all work together.
convenience.
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. But when I was looking into it, generally speaking, the windows are like more customizable and are a little bit better for the streaming setup. So I ended up going with the Windows, but we got you back, Fuzz.
Okay.
I'm back.
Okay. I'm gonna get calls again and just see where this goes.
I like it.
Getting the 681 calls, and if we get above that 200, I'll add more. But right now I'm
Do I need to
just
restart my
testing.
camera or anything?
No, you're everything when you got back on, everything looks good.
Okay.
Yeah, I just can't use
Oh.
Bookmap, so that's why I don't know
Book
what's
maps,
happening.
it's
It
bogging you
won't let
down.
me access it.
Yeah, Bookmap is very.
A
Yeah,
lot of data.
it
I will say
seems to be.
the
Let me
new
just put this
computer.
above
I am switching over to like
the
DDR5.
200.
What,
And DDR5.
what does DDR5 mean? Uh-oh. Did Fuzz freeze on us?
Where's that?
We lost Fuzz again.
R5. Here.
But the industrial segment, that 10% you don't get right, becomes mission critical. So it takes longer for us to create tools.
Let's see if this even loads.
Yeah, it looks like it was
Oh,
loading.
there is resistance. Look, see the balls aren't moving
Yeah.
now.
Oh, okay. It's not. Yeah. I think I can pull it up
I don't need the balls to move.
I think I can pull it up on mine.
What NVIDIA does is much more versatile. Our technology is much
You
more.
can see here,
There's
NQ
support coming in.
still battling with this level rejecting
Weak.
above VWAP here, but putting in a potential lower high here on the 5-minute.
I just need it above that 200. Once we get above it, it should hold and push us. But
And so the NVIDIA opportunity is much, much larger. And you're now seeing a real, tangible experience, example of an opportunity that we could.
Someone's about to get a very angry.
See, now I
he
think
keeps
it froze
freezing. What's
because I.
happening?
That's
started
what I
talking.
mean. Like, this is what I mean. I'm gonna go find out definitely. It's very hard to trade. I have no idea
Yeah,
what's
you
happening.
can't. Yeah, when everything's freezing up, that's like the most frustrating thing in the world. Interesting. Bookmap when you try it for free, like I don't pay for it. It used to be you could try it for free on I think it was ES, maybe one other
Yep.
name. Now when you go on Thinkorswim to try it, it gives you either Nvidia or Meta that you can try it on.
Oh,
I was gonna look at ES for you to see if I could get.
this, yeah. Well, for $40, I can't
Oh
say.
yeah, it's a great
Yeah.
tool. Yeah.
When you can access it, it's good. I love it.
All right, market. Let's go here.
Thank you.
Internet doesn't know what it wants to do.
The long-legged doji.
That long-legged doji, he's back.
Hello.
Got the 15-minute close. It did close green, closed above VWAP here. Give us new highs.
See if it'll last longer than 2 minutes.
Newsflash. She will. Look at GME, baby. Look at that.
Are you rolling? You rolling?
I'm like thinking of maybe look a little. We gotta look at the option chain here. I don't know.
Let me see if I can look for you here.
She looks good. In terms of the spreads of the option chain are just insane. I don't think you could trade options on this. If you go further out.
The 30 for today, for this week, has 312,000. For the following, around 298. Ooh, 629 at the 30 for the 19th.
Ooh.
And it looks like the 19th is the where
Right,
they're
some
at.
GME and a
Anything
Christmas
beyond that. Yeah, the big volume right now is at the 22 strike.
Yeah, I was chat just for you guys when I was. This name's always just fun just because of the all the meme craze.
The gamma possibilities.
But this monthly chart, yeah, we just came into support here on this monthly chart and then close with that wick. So pop above here. We'll see. Definitely something to keep on watch. But yeah, I like the spreads are crazy, but I mean it's on a name like not all that shocking. All right, baby. The NQ's working out here.
There you go. Finally green. A little green. There you go, 4%. We are both at 200. Yeah, it's not moving. Oh, Bookmap. My best friend. It's 10% here, 11. I need another candle officially above that 200, so I have to wait for this close for me to add, but this is looking promising. 13. Very nice.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oh, we lost Fuzz again. I didn't even know.
I thought he was quiet, but
Yeah,
it's the Colombian ex.
Yeah, she's probably
She's
watching.
back.
She still stalks everything he does, so she's probably watching the stream. She's outside his house cutting his internet.
Nice move. Okay, I'm gonna add a little bit more here on SPY because NQ looks, from what I can tell, is moving. So
Yeah, it looks pretty
I'm
good.
adding. Wow, 32%. Okay, yes, added.
Yeah, I'm up $1,600. Let's go get it to me. I'm just gonna take this. That's a good.
Come on. Even the message here. Okay, come on. I'll put added more.
Let's go.
What's my new basis is $1.22, 2.5. Original was around 30%.
All right, baby, nice. Locked in $1,500 on MNQ today.
Nice.
I just went flat. I'm okay. I mean, I think NQ definitely has more room above. I'm just happy with what I got.
Okay, I heard a ding. I don't know what that. Okay, you. If I can get myself to load up you, it looks like it's moving.
Okay, baby, let's go. Little win streak here.
There we go.
3 winning days on stream for me in a row. Let's go. LAT.
Very
Let's see.
nice.
What's it? We gotta. Let's use. We gotta.
30% on the new ad position.
Let's go.
There it is. Boom. I'm in 60 with these, so.
That's a celebratory
Gonna-
board, everybody. Let's go. We're catching bangers out here
Yeah.
today.
Paying for the pool boy.
We give the audience applause on that. Paying for the pool boy, baby. This one's going directly into the pool boy fund. Gotta love it. Oh, that's awesome.
Never mind, it's winter here.
So
Summer's
yeah,
eventually going to get here.
he could be the hot tub boy for the winter. You know what I mean?
Oh, true.
You
Okay,
know?
sure.
Hot tub boy.
Just have to put a. Mm-hmm.
NQ, the only index that's made new highs so far. The VIX is making new lows. Ooh, 10:55. So almost an hour and a half into the day
Okay.
here.
We really haven't moved, but we made money, so that's good.
Yeah.
Just playing the range
Yeah.
today. That's
Yep.
been playing.
Longs from the low end of the
That's
range,
all.
shorts from the high end of the range.
It's a pickleball day, is what I call it.
Oh, okay.
'Cause it's not really tennis, like long tennis. It's pickleball.
Yeah. Okay. I like that reference.
So this unity is moving. I don't know. I can't really see it, but that would be one to look up. There must be a level there. I know I placed an alert for some reason on the daily.
You said Unity?
I'll take a unity, right? U, just the letter U.
Oh, that's a ticker. Just you. You saw.
There must be something there. I just,
Well,
like
yeah.
I said, I can't see. But the alerts at least are still working.
Yeah, definitely a strong chart. Yeah, definitely has a lot of strength. We'll see here. It looks like maybe
46.
where NQ might lead the charge for a breakout of the range.
That would make me very happy. On the 4-hour, unity is about to break out. Just can't fully see it. Yeah, I can. Okay, now I see it.
Yeah, here I have.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I could pull it up on mine too.
43. I can see this level here that it was the top. So this looks like a little breakout into the top.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll have to look at it later. 31 on SPY. Let's see if we can get 50 off of this.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see my screen on Unity or not, but yeah, she's breaking out strong. The dailies put in a tested lower first, got a lower wick.
Yeah, I'm frozen, but I can see that we're going up because I'm up 37. No idea how or what's happening, but
yeah, it's breaking.
Just
It's
another
breaking
number.
new highs here. New highs. It's looks like it's heading for 44. It hit 43.94. We'll see here. Still inside of last week's range on the Qs.
So we do have a little gap on SPY, don't we? So if we continue going up, we could fill the gap.
Yeah, from the half day from Friday.
See if we can fill it. So that would be more of a 683 and change. We have the 200 at 682.42 on the 2-minute. I'm using my phone now because I can't see here.
That's fine. Yeah,
maybe if I pull this up.
I put up my charts for them to see. So
Okay.
just to see what's moving here.
Mm-hmm.
Started putting the yellow line on my screen, guys, is VWAP. I started keeping on my screen a little bit ago. Once my chat GPT was like, we need VWAP on the screen, I was like, all right, fine. All right, dog, we'll watch it.
Yeah.
I
usually
like
use VWAP because it tells you if it's above it, we're going to have an up day, more or less. If it's below, we're going to have a drop type of day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how I've basically been using it that way, where I'll try to keep my longs if we're, stick to longs if we're above it, and stick to shorts if we're below it. And
right.
I liked having it on the chart. It's been solid.
Yeah, so let's see. Now it's a double top. We need to break out of this. I don't like how the 9 is too far away, but if we get a push, momentum is starting to slow down.
Yeah, if you look,
that's the only problem.
Yeah, on ES, these right, like she said, the double top right back into the resistance here.
Right, and bank is still looking good though. It's above the 9. It's holding.
NQ broke out on its resistance. We'll see. See if ES can get a little follow through like NQ.
Yeah, the 9 needs to come up to meet us on ES and NQ to push us through, because if not, we're just kind of in limbo. We need another push. 100% buyers on this particular 2-minute candle. Unity still looks great, but to me, it's just, well, it's not overly too far away from the 9. But I'll keep an eye on it.
It's a nice 15-minute close that we just got.
Here we go, the European close.
Is that at 11 or 11:30?
Going into the European close.
Oh, going into the European. Okay.
Reword it. Oh, that big snowstorm in Chicago area really caused a lot of havoc. 2 to 5 inches in Chicago. Wow.
You're in Jersey, right?
Jersey. Where are you from?
I live just a little bit outside of Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Did you
Yeah.
you didn't get snow?
No, we haven't gotten any
Yeah.
really. Like, we've gotten on Thanksgiving. It was like a super light dusting.
Oh,
But it was like
Huh.
like not even like laying. Like you could see some flurries. But what's up,
I
man?
see.
Come say hi. This is Willow. Willow, say
Hi,
hi,
Willow.
everyone. Oh, she's still off school today.
Oh,
Normally she's at school when I'm streaming.
that's exciting.
The elf
Daddy
came
at
today,
work.
huh? Did you tell her you got 2 elves this year? 2 elves on the shelf.
2.
Yep.
Wow.
Her and her brother, they're getting too out of control. We gotta have 2 elves watching them now. Not true. Oh, it's true. Your brother's a wild one. I won't argue with you on that one.
Like you always do. Argue with me on that one.
You have your moments.
No, I don't.
You just like to be in charge.
You sit only on you.
Get out of here.
No.
Get out of here. What do you think? Is ES gonna give us the breakout?
I think so. I think it's going to break out. I was looking at Apple just now. I was able to look at the chart, and that looks pretty nice also. Meta's
Because it's December.
trying to break out.
Not good. It's paint.
Paint. You painted.
Yeah, we painted last night. Remember how I made that Christmas tree that I
Oh
showed you?
yeah, I do.
We painted. And that was paint.
We got about 25 more minutes here for the live session before we step away for a quick break, and then Aaron's back for the nooner, breaking down the morning action.
Dad, guess what? I made a bracelet.
Did you?
Purple.
Purple one.
I got favorite color.
Is that who you made it for?
No, it's myself.
It's for yourself. You just made it purple.
I wanted to make it purple. The next one I'm making my favorite color. Blue. The next one I'm making big. Mama's favorite color. Rainbow.
68.45. There's a big level on ES that we need to break. It's really coming in heavy.
Yeah. My ES levels are 41.75 and 47.25. So that's just that same area.
Okay, there's some support coming in, but now yeah, we may get a little drop. Dang it. Well, I'll hold until the 9. If we break the 9, I'll get out. We'll probably break even again on the runners. But at least we're making money. Yeah, it's breaking. Okay, I'm out. I mean, technically the body is holding the 9, but
Yeah. Yeah, you're already up on the day. No sense in pushing it too much. But I don't know, we'll see. Looks like it
Let's
could
see
just
here.
give us a bit of a range day today.
I always say when we range, it's the afternoon that gets the move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do, like, obviously the concept of, there's the most volume in the morning to the first like hour, 2 hours. You get bigger moves and then consolidate in the afternoon, but it does not always happen. At least
Wow.
this market sees big moves in the afternoon.
Yep.
Yeah, that's getting harsher. I'm happy I took my profits on the pop.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that double top was
Mm-hmm.
very telling.
Yes, rejected about 10 points here so far, 10, 12 points.
Wow. Somebody, I guess, must have heard me. They said they got 60% on the calls when I was talking about the long-legged candle. They messaged me. They're like, I got 60 off of that. Thank you. It's that long-legged doji.
Yeah, solid day for me. I'll just show you guys. You can see here. This was my original long on the day that we took profits on, and I'm getting stopped on right here. No, wait, where did I get stopped? And I added into it. So I took a trim here, added into it, and I'm taking a stop here. And I did try one re-entry a little too quick, took a little stop, and then caught another long back above VWAP for this move here. So a couple of solo longs here to here, here to here. Up about $1,500 on the day. And happy to be flat for right now.
Okay. Any moves? I mean, you could try taking this back down, but yeah, you could try into that 200. Bank hasn't officially broken the 9 yet, but VIX is starting to tick up.
Yeah, I'm still torn here.
You could do the small position like I did with the calls, and then once it breaks one of the major, or like a VWAP or something, you add more.
Yeah,
A tester.
I do like
position.
that style or that strategy where you go a little
Mhm.
smaller to start, and then I'm willing to add into it.
Right, because you're adding into strength, not adding into your loss.
Mm-hmm.
So I think most traders think the other way when ideally you should be adding on the wins.
Mm-hmm.
Because if it moves, you're at 30. What if it goes to 70 or something like that?
Mm-hmm. And when you do get in with the earlier, smaller size entry, that then sort of acts as, whether you want to think of it as like a buffer or almost even a little bit of an anchor. So when you're adding into it, your average price is still going to be better than this place where you're adding into it, right? So like, say you buy in at 50, it goes to 80, and you're adding into it. Well, you're not in at 80. You're still in at maybe whatever it is, 65 now. Like,
in the middle.
yeah, exactly. So
exactly. So that's what I do.
Mm-hmm.
I want to add more of that because just to kind of it helps me to untrain my mind of like, let me add more as I'm going into a loss, as I'm waiting for it to hit the support. But this, if it's going into strength, you're adding more. It's gonna mentally, it's great, but you have to remember that usually they'll give you 1 to 2 legs and that's it.
Yep.
So you don't add in on the second leg because you're already at the top. Like at the top where we're at now, I wouldn't say, okay, let me add. Only if it came down, touched that support, and it started pushing again, then I'll say, okay, yes. Then that would be my stop.
Yeah.
To the new ads, but I would still be up overall.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, especially who I think Al Brooks talks about that a lot. How you'll most of the time you'll get 2 legs out of a trending move or whatever for an intraday move. So if you're able to, that smaller position you take, what I do is, if you can catch the first leg with that position, wait for the first pullback, kind of anticipate a second leg on it. So then you add in during that pullback, and then continue to let it work for new highs on that second leg. I don't know if you've read, I talked about this on the stream before. I don't know if you were on with us or not, but Tom Hugard has a book called Best Loser Wins. And it's one of it's probably my favorite trading book. It's basically a book entirely around that concept of adding into your winners. So like he never ever adding into your losers and averaging down, unless it was like pre-planned and you're really really size small, but never averaging into your losers at all, but always averaging into your winning trades and letting them work. It's the whole book's about that, but and the mindset behind that and how you sort of have to train your mind to do that. But I'm a big fan for sure.
Because too, also a trick that I use is if we're going up and I see that it's holding that level and maybe we get a red candle, right? At the next green one, then that's where I would add because it's showing me strength, and then maybe you can use that green candle as your stop. Because I always think, what's the reason that I got in? What candle was the reason?
Mm-hmm.
If whatever the candle is, then that has to be the reason I'm going to get out. I think traders forget about that. They're just kind of like, it's going up. Oh, it's going up. And they get excited. But what was it that caused you to say, oh, it's going up? What candle? Like, what was the beginning of the move?
Yeah. And if we come back and, invalidate that candle, why would you still want to hang on to it,
Exactly. And now you're just saying, oh, I hope, I wish, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And it's not going to work out.
hopium probably kills more traders than anything else.
Yes, it really does. And playing these ranges also, even if you're doing not real money, if you're doing paper trade, it'll help you mentally to see the candles that gets you in and out faster. So if you ever want to play that, I know TradingView, you can do it easier. That was an exercise that I had people do before. Was, all right, what candle got you in? Why are you getting out? So if you run it on fast, not the regular speed, you just run it fast. Whatever happened that day, you see it differently. You're like, oh, okay, that's the candle I'm getting in. That's the candle I'm getting out. I'm adding on this candle. I'm getting out. It helps your mind to retrain your eye on how to look at things.
Mm.
So that's a fun exercise.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah, I always use I use like a kind of like a 2 candle entry system where I have like my signal bar and my entry bar, and then my signal bar is always my stop. Like for example, on this 5 minute, this could have been an ES long where we pulled back into the opening print, we held, put in a lower wick, put in a hammer. So then my entry goes on a break above the previous 5 minute high, and then my stop is always below that signal bar. So it would be below that 5 minute low. So that's always, whether it's the upside or downside, I pretty much always use a one candle stop. That's how I dictate my sizing and everything, right? Because like if I look at that, it's like, okay, well that's a 10-point move. So what kind of size can I realistically handle on that stop?
Right. Ooh, there we are. We're dropping again.
Yeah.
But we're
getting
going
range vibes for sure.
We're coming down to your view up.
Yeah.
Maybe it holds.
Let's see here. Let's see. NQ's back under the level here. Man, I don't know. The GME 19th. It is funny how it is holding up strong today.
Yeah, well, money's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh, Credo. Oh, they have earnings today. That one is green. What is this?
Pretty mixed bag today. This afternoon, we are going to check in on the GameStock StockDads leaderboard. I don't know. I don't think my numbers are displaying correctly, so we'll have to see. We'll look into that.
Maybe I'll do a credit spread. Let's see. 68.45, 67.90.
You're looking at this on SPY?
No, an SPX.
SPX, okay. Oh, I think you did
Yeah, I remember that was
tell us
that's
about that. Yeah.
yeah, the $500,000 problem that
All that was all the pull boy money right there.
yeah, all in one trade. All right, let's see.
Interesting. Yes, seeing another bounce right around VWAP here.
I have a feeling we'll go up a little
I
bit.
was gonna say, yeah,
Or just hold.
if this bounce holds, you'd think we kind of break that double top and make new highs here.
67.75. All right, let's see if that works.
Yeah, I think a long stab here is valid. I'm not gonna do it, but if you told me you were doing it, I wouldn't argue with you.
Yeah, I think I like that 67.75 level. Selling that leg, buying the 67.70. Appears to. All right, well, I'll get it, but
You have to use your phone.
yeah. Just want to see what this looks like, though. Well, I use my phone.
I actually like
67.70.
I like executing off my phone.
Oh, me too, for sure. I want to see the chart though, but we have
yeah. I don't like trading solely from it. Like I like to be watching my monitor, the charts through that, but then just placing the orders from the phone.
Right.
Some good Black Friday deals going on at the prop firms too, everybody. Code StockDads. Lucid updated their flex plans. So it's a 50% consistency rule to pass the test. So it take you a minimum of 2 days in order to get funded on the flex plans. But then they removed the consistency rule once you're funded. Which is always nice. Most props have some sort of consistency rule in place, so to be able to not worry about that and go for some bigger winning days, super nice. So that's included on the Lucid Black Friday deal. I think those accounts are around for good, but the discount is pretty solid right now. I can't remember exactly what it is, but I think it's about 40% maybe on Lucid. I believe Tradeify and My Funded Futures. The Black Friday deals going as well. TradeZella's got a Black Friday deal. We talked a lot about TradeZella.
Okay, I got in.
All right. Karen's in. You did so the SPX credit spread, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Gotta keep remembering I got my soundboard here. I gotta use my sound effects.
Yep. Make it spicy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you can also go for the 67.80, sell that, buy the 67.75 in cases. I just saw that we pushed up. Or you can be patient and wait to see if we come back down, because this could be a lower high, and we'll see. Yeah, we're still under that 200 on SPX. That could be a problem. Once we get above that 200, it's clear skies. on the 2-minute on SPX.
So Karen, I made a video. This was like, I don't know, probably over a year ago at this point. But it was like asking the question, right? If you look at the SPY, XPX, ES, MES, all these different names, they're essentially showing you the same price action. Obviously, there's little differences here and there. But it's like the concept of like, okay, what is actually then moving this? Is it the buying on ES? Is it the buying on SPX? Is it the options on SPY? Is it the options on SPX? What is actually, is it calculating all this information on all of these different names at one point in time and doing some sort of math equation? And that's what's calculating for good. It's like to grasp how much is like going on in the market at once with all these different orders, all these different things. Is like a crazy. It's a crazy thing that we're sitting here and doing.
Yeah, no, it's true. Like who's running the show really?
Yeah.
Who's controlling it? Is it? I mean, it should be ES, but
yeah, right. Because like if you're watching, like if you're somebody who uses like order flow, so you're watching all the orders on like ES, so like you know, but are the orders on SPX then pushing ES down, or SPY pushing ES down, like, or is it all factored in together?
I'm sure they know.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a big,
it's like
yeah, right. Because if you do see big orders on SPY, I'm sure it has something to do with ES also. But is it something they spotted on ES that caused them to go into SPY?
Yeah, exactly. I'd be very curious to know all the inner workings and how they actually associate with each other in that sense.
You may have to interview a market maker.
Yeah, that's what we got to do. Yeah, for sure. I'll see if I can find one, get them on as a guest.
Right, yeah, that'd be interesting to know how. I'm not that they'll share all their secrets, but
he'll come on and he'll be like,
okay.
"Yes, Tyler, we specifically look for your stops.
Exactly. So it is true.
I knew it.
I knew it. I knew it. I don't know how you knew it was me, but I knew it. Every time I get in, I lose.
I was starting to feel that way. The first week we started streaming, I was like, oh man, but we turned it around. It's been a strong few days here. Let's go.
Good. Ever since I've been on, I haven't lost.
I know you've been crushing. You've been killing it.
Yeah, I don't know how or why, but it seems we have a lot of range day. Well, I guess because it's Monday.
Yeah, it's true. You're on Mondays, and we have had a lot of ranges. Yeah, and you've played them well. Yeah, for sure.
The non-committal strategy has worked.
There it is. GameStop, baby. Roaring Kitty. I wonder if he's still in. The most manipulated stock of all time.
Okay. Let me see if I can get it. Come on, show me GameStop. Nope, it doesn't want to. Nope. I don't want to share. All right, so we're coming back up to this fair value level that I have to the green side. So let's see if the green side wins. We're sitting right at the 9. If we get a nice little push, the momentum indicator is not really helping at the moment, but VIX, if it breaks the support, will help push it up. And bank is tiptoeing with the 9. We need that to turn around, but the 50 is right underneath it, so it may drop to go back up. So I'm not concerned yet. That's another thing is when you're I always think of the worst case scenarios of what may happen. Is it going to drop to go back up, which is fine, but you have to know that, okay, in my mind, if that breaks that level that I think is a maybe, I have to get out. Yeah. Right, because it'll come down to hit one of the EMAs, SMAs, bounce off of it, and then go, yeah, your GameStop looks good, actually. It's holding its levels.
I know, it looks like a strong name on the board. And it had been getting pretty beaten up in November, but it finished with a strong rally the last few days there. The monthly chart looks a lot better how it closed. Yeah,
Not
if I was
bad.
gonna trade a game, like I said, I do have some shares of it. But if I were to actually trade it, I would probably do something like you mentioned, a little further out, a few weeks out.
Yeah, that third week looks like
Mm-hmm.
it looked like it had volume. Still holding. I think that's what may happen. Bank may come down, hit that 50 and bounce.
Yeah, I don't know. The structure on NQ looks a little better because it's made higher highs and made higher lows. To where ES is given more rangy vibes, or Russell YM given more rangy vibes. I guess we'll see. We'll see here. Oh, we lost Karen, which is all right because it is almost 11:30 anyway, and I have to pee. So I gotta go pee. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna step away. We're gonna take a quick break. So grab something to eat, but don't go anywhere because Aaron will be back with his nooner, breaking down all the action across all the names from today. So that's always packed with tons of value. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Love listening to Aaron. If you guys didn't, check out the Aaron Core reel we posted on StockDads TV. Make sure you follow StockDads TV on Instagram because once we hit 1,000 followers, we're doing a cash giveaway there, and we're getting close. I think we're almost up to 600. So, but that was a funny reel of Aaron. So we'll be back with Aaron for the nooner, and then we'll be after that we'll have Jordan on. Jordan will be on Beat the Bot, and we'll check in on the GameStock challenge. So don't go anywhere. Get some lunch. Fill your bellies. I'm happy with my trading morning. It's been solid. All right, we'll be right back, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. How's everybody doing? Everybody have a good break there. If anybody was still in some trades, looks like the Nasdaq and ES, everything kind of broke a little higher here. So kind of broke out of this range, got a little bit of a move higher. But anyway, we are back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, go ahead, hop on and take it away whenever you're ready, my friend.
Hang on.
All right, no worries.
There we go.
There we go. I did lose. I lost your chart there. I have your camera, but
Yeah, I know. I hit the wrong button.
oh, all right, no worries.
That is user error. There we go.
What's up, Frank?
All right. All right. How we doing, everybody? Who we got? Frank, what's up? We'll give everybody a second here. Hello, hello. What do we got? 16 on right now. Say hi if you're on there. All right. Frank, you have your little cousin on. I assume little cousin. Mr. Wealth, what's up? All right. What time? 12:02. We'll give everybody 30 seconds. Give everybody 30 seconds to get on. Miss Tomika, what's up? What's up? Afternoon. B7. I'll just call you B7. I'm not sure who that is. All right. Okay. Let's get started, guys. All right. So starting off in the VIX, this was a big deal this morning going into our week. All right. We were talking about this exact thing this morning. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right. This leads the US indices ever since February 5th, 2018. All right. This runs inverse. So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. Well, we had this extension short this morning. Art, what's up? We had this extension short this morning. All right. And it held. Okay. And here's our indice rally. All right. So that is drawn from Monday's lows. All right. Last Monday's lows to lows. We held right there, indices rally. All right. So now what we're going to watch, there's Miss Tomika. What's up? What's up? So now what we're going to watch going into the day, the big deal was this. All right. The big deal was this right here. We broke this opposing move. Remember, there's always an opposing move, right? And we broke it. It was 38, 35, 30s. We had to break 30s and we broke them. All right. So now what we're going to watch is, obviously we're back down at lows. We're going to see some participation there. The indices are going to be a little weak until the VIX breaks through this. All right. So we've got targets now. We've got confirmed targets down at 1760 or 1765, whichever way you want to round this. All right. But we need to see the middle of this range hold. Okay. Coming off of these highs this morning, all right, we had this little short. This is what we were watching. We had this little short hold, bang, right at targets. All right, so if you want to get aggressive, all right, the most aggressive draw would be from these 1030 highs to lows. And that could absolutely hold. All right, that could absolutely hold, but we're just watching for the middle of this range. We know that if this lifts off, and we don't hold the middle of this range, we're running all the way back to highs. Okay, and the indices are going to fall back down to their lows. Okay, so we know how the VIX operates. So if you want to get aggressive, we're looking at 1030 highs to lows, and see that's so close. You know, that's only a tick apart from breaking the 1030 highs to lows to the middle of the range, right? So this, you can almost leave both of these up and see where the VIX rolls over inside of that. Now, again, if it gets a wild hair, HARE, and lifts off, right, indices are just going to run back to the bottom of the range. Okay, so hopefully we can get in a trending environment from Monday. That would be cool, right? So we'll see. We'll see going into the rest of the day here. All right, if we start to melt, right? If we start to melt, you've seen it over and over and over. You don't want to try to pick a top on the indices, right? Because they're just going to grind higher. One of those annoying grinds that are hard to get into, right? If we just melt down. But remember, once we get to these targets, we've got to watch for a reaction. So that's where we're sitting going into the afternoon. Pretty awesome, right? That we had enough hitch in our giddy up here on a Monday to get through this. I really thought, shows you how much I know. I really thought we were going to get stuck in here between that short and that long, but nope, we had enough juice bust through that. Okay, so new lows on the VIX. All right, now we're going to have to pay attention. All right, so we'll leave this like this until the end of the call here, because there is a possibility we're going to go into extensions and just melt. All right, so we'll see. See how we've gone through that target? There was our pullback from highs that shot us through the opposing move. And now we've gone through this target. So there is the possibility that we could have a lows to lows extension. I'm not going to draw it up yet. We'll see at the end of the call how we're doing here. Okay, that's aggressive, guys. That's aggressive. All right, that's aggressive selling on the VIX, or lack of buying, I should say. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Okay, any questions on the VIX before we move forward on where we are? Anybody? Remember, we just let price tell us everything we need to know. All right, right now the VIX is in confirmed shorts with targets down here at 1760. So any questions? Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Okay, we'll revisit this here at the end. All right, moving on to our financials. Now, the financials have been going straight up. Okay, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. All right, this is just an index. This isn't traded. Okay, so it doesn't have to be exact. But we had this extension long we drew up this morning, and that was from our highs last Thursday, highs to highs. And we're lifting off. The bank broke shorts, right? It broke the short setups it was in. All right, so we are in an uptrend. The VIX is in a downtrend, and bank now is in an uptrend. That's bullish. It's about as bullish as you can get. Okay, so what we'll watch going into the afternoon, again, if bank just continues to grind higher, that's a tailwind behind the indices, right? That's a very positive environment for the indices. Now, again, if it rolls over, makes a pullback, you're going to see some indice weakness. Not necessarily, it doesn't move tick for tick. Just think of it like the environment, right? If bank is rising, that's a positive environment. Indices are free to rally, right? If we're falling, it's a negative environment. It makes it real hard for the indices to go up, easier to go down, okay? All right, so we can watch from our halfway back on the day. All right, that would be our next pullback right there. All right, if bank does decide to pull back. I'm always nervous about drawing these up, guys, because I don't want you to think just because I made this draw that the top is in and we're going to pull back. We have no idea. It could just keep grinding higher. All right, so we'll leave that off for now. Okay, so there's our financials in longs, VIX and shorts. All right, moving on to the ES, just inverse of the VIX. Talking about this morning. It's nice when we're so technical like this. VIX is in Monday lows to lows, indices Mondays highs to highs. Hi, Edward. How we doing? Good to see you, Ed. So Mondays highs to highs. There's our pullback. All right, this is the VIX resistance right here. That's the VIX resistance right there. All right, and these are our longs. Okay, so this line, remember, the gap fill we were talking about was our 4 p.m. close on Wednesday. That was our last full day of trading. All right, and it always gets a little wonky with trading halts and gap fills. But you always go back and look at the last full day of trading. All right, and that was last Wednesday. So our gap fill was 68.25.25. Here was 10 points away. This is 20 points away from the fill. Isn't that crazy? To the tick right there, 20 points away. All right, now we've filled that gap. And it looks like we're trying to fill this trading halt gap I'm not really putting much faith into that as a gap fill, but we will have an official gap fill tomorrow because we'll have a 4 p.m. close from today. And today's obviously a full day. All right, but you can see there's our support, VIX resistance. Targets are up at 68, 95, 83. Now, the only thing that could really throw a wrench into all this is Powell speaking tonight at 8 o'clock. Let me make sure that hasn't switched before I... nope, still 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, so he could yak about something and come out hawkish and kind of throw a wrench into our rallies, but we'll see. That's something that's beyond our control, right? So we're going to watch the same thing. Where's those 1030 lows to highs? This is inverse of the VIX. All right, right there. Now remember, these draws on the indices, right? They're just a guide, right? They can break, they can be sloppy, whatever, because the VIX isn't. Okay. So if the VIX does end up making a 1030 highs to lows pullback here, man, that thing is weak. It's where the VIX rolls over, not where the indices run into a draw. Okay, just remember this leads. That's weak right now. That is weak. All right, and if that, like I said, if the VIX keeps just melting like it is, and bank goes sideways to higher, the indices are going to grind higher. It's just how the whole operation works. We don't make up the rules, we just live by them, right? So there's the ES, right? It does have a pullback, but base your pullback off of the VIX, right? Base your pullback off of the VIX if we get one. Okay, not off of these draws, right? Because these, honestly, you could not even have these on here and just go right off what the VIX is doing. All right. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now remember, the NASDAQ was the weakest. All right, here's that Monday's highs to highs. It actually pierced. It actually pierced. Okay, we didn't get too excited about that this morning because the VIX never broke its short. So see, this is a perfect example. Tricks and traps of the indices, right? This broke, but the VIX didn't. What leads? Well, the VIX leads. So VIX started to fall. There goes the NASDAQ. All right. So we're going to watch for the same things. You can draw up these longs from lows. All right. It just all depends on what the VIX is going to do when it gets to its pullback. Okay. All right. So there's the NASDAQ, right? There's the NASDAQ. We're in longs. Targets are up at 25,676. Pretty cool. We've broken all of these, right? Just when the VIX broke that opposing move, the indices broke all of their opposing moves. So we're in uptrends. Right, path of least resistance is higher. All right, so we'll look for pullbacks here once the VIX starts, if it does, making pullbacks. Right, like I said, if it does, then we can look for pullbacks to buy on the indices. But if this keeps melting and this just keeps grinding higher, this is like Eddie's dog, right? Once he gets a hold of you, he's got a little Mississippi Leghound in him. Once he gets a hold of you, best to just let them finish, right? So we'll see. But banks and longs, VIX and shorts, that's about as plain as day. All right, that's about as easy as you can get. All right. Okay, moving on to the YM and the Russells. All right, remember the YM and the Russells were the strongest. And I'm gonna have to type it in. I knew it, Tamika. All right. Here's the YM. Those Mondays highs to highs, never even traded. Remember the NASDAQ traded down here. ES traded about here. Okay. There's the YM, never made it. It's the strongest as of right now. Now remember the YM and the Russells are the most correlated with bank. So if we see bank continue to rally, it's going to drag these up. If bank rolls over, the YM and the Russells are going to be affected the most, right? By bank's movement. So you can see this is rough sledding in here. This is just straight sideways. All right, and it's probably going to get tighter in here. So we'll see what bank does this afternoon. But they're all in longs. All right, all of us in longs. All right, moving on to the Russells. It was just there. All right, here's the Russells, Monday's highs to highs. All right, kind of almost made it. All right, but that's its long set. Actually, yeah, Monday size. There's its long setup as well. All right, so you can see we could go sideways up here, build a big old sneaky snake on top of this extension. That's where we get these big sneaky snakes right here. But our targets are up at 25, 27. All right, so again, we'll watch bank. All right, let that be your leader. All right, VIX and bank. But bank affects, obviously, as we talk about, the Wyman and the Russells the most. Okay? All right. So VIX bank indices. Any questions? There's a little dip into low there. That could be ugly. VIX bank indices. Any questions? Anybody? Everybody got their arms around everything? Anybody? Bueller? Okay. All right. Pretty typical Monday, right? We'll see if we get stuck or if we start trending. It'll be really nice to get to trending. Okay, probably going to slow down. Europe is closed, right? So we'll see. All right, and then Powell speaking tonight. All right, moving on. Bitcoin just falling apart. All right, just falling apart. Being about as technical as you can get. All right, coming off of our highs. Started the crypto winter right here. Here was our pullback. Right there. Bang, bang, bang. Lows to lows. That is on October 17th. Lows to lows. We blew through this target. Lows to lows right there. All right. Following this series down, there's our extension short. We broke the opposing move right there. Remember, we're in shorts, right? We broke the opposing move. So we could actually have a pullback here if it ever pulls back. It's weak. Crypto is a weak, which is normal. It's playing right on schedule. All right, ultimate target 33.5 or September 6th, whichever comes first. All right. So there we go. We could have this little pullback to jump into here. The only thing we want to watch out for is if it touches the bottom of this range first. Right? If it touches the bottom of this range, the probability of it holding the middle goes down. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin, it used to be literally, and we don't even talk about crude oil anymore because it sucks, but crude oil and Bitcoin were the most absolute technical markets. You could set your clock by them, how technical they were. Crude oil doing whatever it's doing. But Bitcoin has always been, once it's trending, it is insanely technical. Insanely technical. It's awesome. Like I said, you could write a textbook about this thing. All right. So there we go. These targets are down to 75, 323. Okay. All right. Now let's get over to spot. Spot looks pretty much the same. Do this. Move you guys over. I need to get some sun, Tamika. It's like wintertime. Looking pasty. All right. This over here. There we go. That's the wrong one. Wow, that looks weak on spot. All right. So there we go. There's spot. All right, let's zoom out real quick. Take a look. Show you guys what this looks like. Larger time frame. This is a weekly. All right, there's our look how far we've come. All right. How close? There's no way. I mean, we've done almost 50% of that move. Look at that. We're almost halfway to our 33.5s. And it's only December. That's kind of spooky. All right, so there was our high, right? Breaking longs. So here's these pullbacks on spot. All right, same as the futures markets, right there. All right, so here's that entry if we get it, where you can, add to your short position or potential hedging opportunity for longs. This would be the next one. like I said, unless we just fall apart. This would be the next one right there. Okay. That'd be the next place to add, or, you know, do whatever you want to do to the downside. Again, if we touch the bottom of the range first and then start back up, it's like, well, crap. Right. Okay. All right. There we go. Hang on, I'm getting you guys back up. There we go. All right. Thanks, Edward. See you, buddy. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What do you guys like to see going into this week? No, it takes the chat just a couple seconds, so that's why I'm waiting here. There we go. Here they come. Bharat, what's up? Meta. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Yeah, remember Meta. We had this pullback. This is on the week. This is on the much larger time frame. We had this pullback to these 38.2% lines, and then this next measured move broke. All right, it absolutely broke. So what we're watching on Meta is how we're going to react to this first pullback right there. All right, because it's kind of in no man's land. We're not in a long. We broke the long, and this is the first pullback short. So we've got to be careful here. Now, if for some reason it goes up here and breaks this, then, you know, different conversation. But it almost appears we could start to build a wedge in here, lower highs, higher lows. We'll see. But as far as longs, it's in longs on the larger time frame, but you know, it's just not, it's got this pullback to make, right? And that's a little spooky, right? So it's not really in a good place. See this long right here? That broke, absolutely broke. All right. So we'll watch to see the reaction we get up here. If we break these, then yeah, we can draw lows to highs, start buying longs. It's going up to 895. But that's kind of how you're looking at that right now. All right. That's how I would look at that one. Not quite there. Again, we need obviously broad market strength. Remember, the NASDAQ's been the weakest of the indices. So, all right. Gee, Shop, Hood, AMD. All right. Ken, what's up? Apple. Still plugging along, held that extension long. Okay, so that's gone to its target. All right, so get rid of this one. All right, this extension long, I know it looks a little wonky, but from these highs on October 3rd to this high on October 30th, this is an amateur gap. Okay, gap filled same day. So that's why we're using this high. Came back down, there's our pullback, there's our extension long right there. Right? Target hit. Okay, so this is how we're going to look at this. What is the most common mistake people do when analyzing charts is putting their thoughts into what they think should happen instead of just letting price tell them what's happening. That's the number one mistake. Oh, it can't go up, or the news said it's going to go down, or I think it's going to do this from here, or I think it's going to do this from here. What we think doesn't matter. Just sticking with what price is doing, right? That's the biggest mistake people make, Art. All right, so since we've gone through this target, let's see here. Those broke. So what we're going to watch for here is this going to make a new high? If Apple makes a new high, okay, we're going to draw from this high on October 30th. All right, to highs. Okay, right now you're in no man's land. You're just chopping around at this profit target. All right, so if for some reason it starts to fall out of this, right, then you're making that pullback there. But That's how we're going to look at this right here. So right now it's just chopping around. If we make a new high, then we can draw from that high right there, October 30th highs to highs. All right, Ken. Tomika NBTS. No. What is this one? Navitas. Zoom out. Okay. Let's see where we are on this one. All right. You're welcome, Ken. You're welcome, Mark. Man, this is a little guy. All right. Not a whole lot to this yet, Tamika. We can look for a 50% off sale, which is about where it is. Let's take this down to 0. Yeah, you're in your half off sale right now. Right, you're in your half off sale. So what you can watch for here, let's see if we can make sense of there's your pullback, here's your extent. Remember, it does this every time. Pullback, falls through, extension short, right there, over and over and over. All right. So if you really want to be smart about it, you could wait for these 1043s to break, right? And then buy that next pullback. Remember, this is how it happens, right? We change trend. We have a pullback from highs, then it falls through. We go into extensions, sometimes extension of extensions. And then we break, and that changes trend. Okay, so you could look at this like right here, because this would be our next, that would be the next long or the next short to lead us down, and that broke. So you could look at this, right? It's like we held once. You could watch that pretty closely right there. You know, you could watch that pretty closely right there, because it does have room. Now that it broke this worker bee move right here, smaller move inside of a big one, this worker bee, there could be right there. What is this traded on? Okay, trade on the NASDAQ. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on that, Tamika. Again, as long as the VIX continues to weaken, right, you're going to see some buying. Right, you're going to see some buying. You see that give us our right shoulder. All right. So you could watch, yeah, you could watch for this pullback. Now, I'd definitely let at least a 1 hour bar, I mean, depending on your time frame, 1 hour bar, 4 hour bar, close green, you know, and see if this first pullback holds, and you can get into that thing, and that very well could, because this would be the second test up here. Second test is the dangerous test. So that second test could go through. All right. That's it. That's where you're sitting. All right. That's where you're sitting right there. That's that one. That sucker's interesting. I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down. I don't know what the premiums are on that, but okay. All right, cool. What else we got? Tesla. Yep. Get rid of this. Hold on. Where's that drawn from? All right, so we had this pullback, and then this is the next measured move. So from this low on June 2nd to highs, that's the one we're watching right now. It's just the next in a series. But what Tesla has to do is get through this short. This is being a stinker right here. Okay, there's a long, right? There's support, but see how we can't get through this right there? All right, that's just a simple high to low. That's the opposing move. All right, that's the opposing move. If this opposing move can't break, we're gonna fall. All right, we're gonna fall. You wouldn't want to trust this lows to highs because the short didn't break. All right, so shorts are still in control until we get through these 439.61s. We break that. All right, first thing you're going to do is draw a long from lows. All right, see if you can catch that pullback, and that's going to lead you higher. Nothing now, it's just stuck right here at this short. All right, you can see it battling right there. Okay, so definitely not the time to just throw a dart and buy it right there? I mean, you could. It could run to the moon. Who the hell knows? I'm just going off what probability is telling us, what price is telling us. Okay. So that's where we are. All right. So there's Tesla just chopping around inside of that resistance level. All right. Mr. Wealth, SoFi. All right. Thanks, Mr. Pass. You're very welcome. Okay, let's see. Look at this guy. All right, extension long from January 21st this year to this high, right? September 22nd. That was our first pullback, right? Didn't hit our target, so we just leave it there. Came back down, retested, ripped out of it. So now we'll watch. All right, we broke it. So we traded support, say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, draw the long. All right, so there's your pullback. Okay, the only thing that would mess you up is if it touched this high, right? If it went straight up here and then started to pull back, you're like, well, crap, right? So that's how I'd look at that one for sure. That's how I'd look at that one. Hopefully you get something. Keep an eye on this 38.2. See if the buyers show up there. That looks pretty good, right? Ultimate target's 33.09 up here. Never quite got there. All right, that looks pretty good, Mr. Ball. All right. Shop hood. All right. There is shop. I haven't looked at this one in a while. All right, let's see where we are. There's number one. There's number two. There's number three. We can make a full pullback. We made a full pullback from these lows on October 17th of 22. We've made this pullback once, twice, 3 times. We could pull all the way back to that. All right, because this extension broke. That broke. So this could have a larger pullback here. All right, this could absolutely make a larger pullback. You can see it's holding a short setup coming off of highs, right there. So got a little bit of room. Got a little bit of room. That 38.2 is at 121. Now this is a $100 mark, right? That's a psychological level. So we'll see. I mean, it could bust through this, but that's what it's telling us, right? That's what it's telling us right there. That it's got room. It's got room to pull back, right? If we break this short, great. There's something else there, and we can draw lows to highs. All right, but as of right now, that's kind of what you're looking at. Don't know if that's the news you wanted to hear, but that's what price is telling us, right? That's what price is telling us. Hood. Oh, still holding that long. Okay, so extension long on hood is drawn from February 13th of this year to highs. Okay, there's our extension. We've already traded this extension, right? We've already traded from this anchor. All right, where is it? Once right there. We blew through the target, then the new extension broke. That's fine. Same anchor, new high. Right. Coming screaming out of that thing. Zoom in a little bit. All right, came screaming out of that long. Let's see if we haven't quite broken this short from highs yet. So you want to see that break, right? You want to see this break and then draw that long from lows. All right, say the rhyme. Trade support, break the short, draw the long. All right. If you want, depending on your time frame, a lot of this depending on the time frame, right, guys? I don't know if you're intraday trading these or investments or swing trade or whatever, right? But there are these little longs, right? There's these little longs. There's number one, right? Here's number two that are leading us into that resistance. All right. So these need to hold, right? Hold above these 112.67s. And that's going to lead you higher. But there is, unfortunately, it hasn't broken this yet. All right, unfortunately, it hasn't broken that short from highs. So you don't really want to trust this. I don't even want to grow it up yet. Okay? So there's Robinhood, AMD. Take a look. Oh, we haven't looked at this one in a bit. All right, that broke. That broke. So it's making its pullback. Yeah, we haven't hit this target. Okay, so we've got, there was this sloppy long, we're not getting too excited about this, but this was our 50% off sale. Just dropped from 0 to this high on March 11th. It's kind of our 50% off sale. So that has a target up at 280. All right, so we're just going up, same anchor, new high here. That's how I would look at this. Let's see. Yeah, because that broke. Well, not quite. You could make a case that this going up in a series from this September 8th highs to highs, or lows to highs, but this is what your real bullish above line is that halfway back. All right, so you can see it. Wow, it traded the 38.2 line to the tick pretty much, or to the penny, right there. All right, so that's what you can watch there. So as long as it stays above these 149.81s, okay, that's your bullish above line. All right, and then zooming in, and see if it's going to start to hold pullbacks here before it gets to that short. Yeah, not a whole lot there, but you can watch, see if these pullbacks start to hold, right? Because you haven't quite gotten into this short yet. See how you've got room? See how you've got room to get up here? I don't know what this thing is. If you make this pullback before you get here, then you can trade that, right? You can trade that long. But if we get here first and don't go through it and then roll over, don't really want to trust the long from lows then. Okay. All right. Amazon. Yeah. Okay. All right. There's our larger setup. That's from December 19th of 22 to our highs in February of this year. Pullback. Targets at 282.08 or 280.73. Just going up in this series of measured moves from lows, right? These longs from lows, boom, boom, target, next pullback. All right. So same thing, you can start watching for, see how this all repeats, right? Trade support, say the rhyme, want to break the short, haven't broken the short yet. Trade support, break the short, then you could drop that long from lows, buy that pullback into these 280s. All right. You can almost make the case with this one, our normal way of changing trend. All right, can you guys see that? We had this first pullback off of highs, then we fell through a target. All right, so there was this lows to lows, and it was holding. There's number one, target. There's number two, didn't quite hit a target. So you could actually make the case that broke that. You can start looking for longs from lows. Just make sure you get some sort of confirmation, like a 1 hour bar to close green or 4 hour bar to close green. All right, but that's where that is. Okay, two more guys. NVIDIA. All right, look at that. Dang. Okay, so extension long from June 17th of this year, highs to highs. There you go. That's what we're ripping out of right there. Targets at 229. Look at that. That's pretty. Right, that is pretty right there. Okay, so there's not a whole lot to break here. That's kind of junky. All right, kind of junky, but you can see left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? That's the one pattern. That and double bottoms are actually a price pattern. So you can start watching here. Let's start watching. I would go from this low. I don't know. You're going to have to start watching for something here to hold, right? You're going to have to watch for the buyers to step in on a pullback and hold. All right, so we'll see. We'll see. All right, there's not a whole lot, like I said, that we can look for something to break. This is really sloppy on the way down. A counter trend, sloppy. All right, so we'll see if we get pullbacks. See if we get pullbacks, lift us off. But that's gorgeous right there. Holding that extension long, that is massive support. That is massive support. All right. Looking good, NVIDIA and BLTE. Let's see what that is. Oh, pharmaceuticals. Anything I draw on these pharmaceuticals, I am not trusting it. Okay, pharmaceuticals are wild, wacky, right? Because we don't know where they are in, clinical trials, whatever, right? Where they are in development. So any draws I put on here, just take them with a grain of salt, because they're very news driven, right? Very news driven. All right. Trying to look here and see if there's any sort of trend. It's really not a whole lot of trend here. Yeah, I honestly, with this one, I'm not even going to draw anything on it because it's just not technical. Okay, and that you'll find that with a lot of pharmaceuticals, that they're just not technical, and that's not a surprise, considering it's very news driven, very info fundamental driven stocks. So unfortunately, I wouldn't want to draw anything on that, right, Alex? Unfortunately, I just don't want to draw anything on that, because that'd be irresponsible for me to force something that's not there, right? Yeah, I don't know. Those are the ones that if you can, follow their progress, in clinical trials, you can invest in some good stuff. See, like right here, showed Stargardt lesion growth by 36% with excellent safety in phase 3. It lost me at Tenderbart. Lost me on the first word. All right, everybody, let's move over here. Let me get cooking through these. Okay. All right, there we go. You guys got me. Yep. Okay. All right. So I'm not talking about crude oil. Let's just take a peek, making sure it's not actually behaving. Not really. Let's see. Nope, not at all. Junk. Okay. Moving on. Crude oil or precious metals. Gold. Now, the underlying on the precious metals here, there is a lot going on. I don't even want to say geopolitical. There's a lot going on with the precious metals. Okay. It's, especially with silver, it's gotten to the point where if there was a run on silver, there's not enough, right? Kind of like if there were a run on banks, there's not enough cash in the banks to cover everybody. That's what's happened to silver. All right. So, there's a lot going on under the hood with the precious metals. All right, a lot. Okay, read that article that I put on my page if you can, or my futures channel if you can. It's really interesting when that Chicago Mercantile Exchange shut down, or whatever you want to call it, overheated the servers or something. I don't know how you overheat the servers when it's below freezing outside, but whatever. Anyway, if you read that article, it kind of makes you wonder. All right, so here's gold. So from April 22nd to highs, right? There's our pullback. Okay, targets are up at 46.07. Here's what's holding us up. All right, all we're following here is our new contract lows to highs. That's all we've got, other than the all the way halfway back. That's all we've got. All right, now there might be more aggressive draws in here. All right, almost looks like there's a pullback right there. Right, blew through its target into an extension. Right there, that could be there. All right, it's just we don't have a whole lot to go off of on the new contract yet. That's the contract rollover right there. All right, so we'll watch these. We'll watch these old or new contract lows to highs. All right, and these precious metals could just lift off. It wouldn't be surprising to me if they just went straight ballistic and went up when some more news comes out. All right, so we'll watch, see if we get these pullbacks here. But that's all we're really going off of on gold. Now, silver, though, on the other hand, a little different story. All right, here's silver. So we had this pullback, right? And then that went to and through its target. So our highs to highs is coming at October 17th of this year. All right, that's our anchor, October 17th. And look where we are, right? We didn't even make it. That's how aggressive this is being bid. But that's an extension long, which is extremely aggressive as it is. And we got front run at 38.2. Targets are up here at 59.75. Now we're defending this previous high. See how we're staying above this previous high? As I said, these precious metals could just go ballistic. They could go literally straight up like this, like it pretty much has been. Right? So keep an eye on those. If we do get pullbacks, there might be, opportunities to get in. If you're not in already, right? If you're not positioned for this, we'll wait, we'll have to wait for opportunities. But that's where the precious metals are. That's where silver is. Right? Like I said, there'd be nothing surprising about going straight up. All right, moving on to the dollar. Now, DXY, remember, it's not the dollar, it's just an index. But it is holding this long from lows that it held once before. So this is drawn from October 17th to highs. Now, this rising is dollar strength. Now, that dollar strength, more often than not, will put a headwind against the precious metals. It doesn't mean they're going to go down. It just means it's harder for them to rally if we're in dollar strength trades. Same thing for the indices to a certain extent right now. All right, so we'll see if these longs hold. All right, more importantly, because this is just an index, is to look at what's actually going on with the currencies. So here's the dollar yen. Now this is where it gets kind of interesting. The dollar yen broke an extension, and here's its original draw. All right, from our highs on July 31st to highs. So we're coming down into that. So when I zoom in, that's what you're looking at. So there's that long or potential long. All right, we're going down in a series of shorts leading us into that support level. The next short is November 26th to lows. All right, so we could roll over from there. This is brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness unless we break these. Okay, so you can see it's a little bit different story when you're looking at the actual currencies themselves. All right, so this continuing to squeeze up into its resistance, dollar strength. If we roll over, once we get to resistance, back to dollar weakness. All right, so we'll have to see how the week plays out here. Now, onto the euro. Remember where the euro is. Kind of sucks for the euro. That we're back at these highs. All right, this is a daily chart. Okay. I don't know what that was. So this falling would be dollar strength. Okay, we're right back at these highs, which is kind of sucky for the euro. But you can see there's the extension long. All right, this is what it has to hold. This is a straight up or not at all type scenario. Okay, there's an extension long drawn from the high on the 26th to highs. You see it's starting to defend that a little bit. This is our straight up or not at all. So this goes up into targets, great. We can continue up. If this extension breaks, then we've touched the top of the range. Extension broke, we'll draw highs to lows and see if we can't sell into that pullback. And that's going to lead us down possibly to the bottom of the range. All right, so here's our straight up or not at all. All right, this rising, dollar weakness, this falling, dollar strength. All right. And here's the British pound. Its next short setup from our high on October 1st to our lows. This is just going down in a series. And you can see we drew this up this morning and no dice. All right, so there we go. All right, there we go. There's your resistance. Man, almost to the pip there. All right, so we'll see. The euro starts to fall. This starts to fall. We can draw highs to lows. Look to sell into pullbacks that would lead us down. These falling, we would go from dollar weakness back to dollar strength. Okay. All right, so let's see where the VIX is here. All right, so we've dipped into this low. So now we can actually, since we've dipped into this low, now we know that this lows to lows, 10 a.m., this 10 a.m. lows to lows, this is a straight down or not at all, since we dipped into this low. So this extension has to hold or we're making a pullback. Okay. All right, so the draw is from 10 a.m. lows to lows. That has to hold. If that breaks, we're making this larger pullback. Okay. And if this holds, rolls over, right, that's indice strength. We break that, start to head higher, indice weakness. Okay. All right, so that's where we're sitting. Okay, questions? Any questions, guys? Anybody? Nobody got it? All right, there's that little extension short. Again, if we break that, we can just squeeze into our halfway back. All right, and that would just send the indices down into halfway back from lows to highs. Okay? So we'll see what we got going in the afternoon. All right, everybody good? Everybody good? All right. All right, guys. Remember, Kyle's speaking tonight at 8, so we'll see what that does to us. But yeah, I'll throw these draws up here in a few. All right, guys. All right, thanks. You guys are the best. Kyle, you got us? All right. Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. See ya. Bye.
we are back with my man Jordan.
What's up?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good, man. Caught a good 70-pointer NQ long. You know?
Nice. I caught. I think all my sounds are playing. I made a soundboard, and it looked like all my sounds were going off. But nice. I was able to catch a couple NQ longs as well.
Let's go.
Solid day for sure. But now we're back. We gotta see if ChatGPT, my man Ace here, is ready for another battle, a little scout battle here.
He's on fire. What, last Thursday it was?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, was it a week before Thanksgiving? Is that what it was?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Ace was trading good. Let's see if he still got it in him. I forgot I gotta get VWAP up on my charts for him. I think your charts want to stop sharing for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why.
Oh, let me try again. I'm not sure why. All right, can you see it now?
Yes. Yep. We're good now.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm kind of you ejected here at this 486 level, this outer level that I got. So I want to see for longs to hold if we kind of come back and trade these 433s, how we react if we use that level as support. See if we make a next leg higher.
Okay, so your eye and longs gonna stick with the trend here.
Yeah, I just want to see if we kind of can pull back to 433 and see how we react, how we trade that area.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna get VWAP added to the chart here for my man Ace. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good, brother. Kept it really simple, man. I just actually went to dinner on Thanksgiving. My girlfriend got sick, so we didn't do any cooking. So we went to a restaurant. Kept it simple.
Oh,
so.
Nice.
Yeah. What about you?
Oh yeah, it was good. Just spending time with family, chilling out, pigging out.
Yeah. That's what it's all about in the day.
That's right, for sure.
Catch up on a little less you can get.
Side note question for you now, as I'm getting VWAP up on the screen here. You used to work at Red Bull. Do you still work for Red Bull?
I do indeed.
You do? What do you do there? I would imagine that's an interesting job.
That's what everyone says. I am an account manager for Red Bull in the Brooklyn area. So I manage all like the bars, clubs, restaurants in Brooklyn.
Okay.
Music venues, sports arenas like Barclays Center, where the Nets play, all that good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, nice, dude. How long have you done that for?
About 2.5, going on 3 years.
Nice.
Yeah, going on 3 years. Yeah. It's
So,
an interesting gig.
What's that?
For sure. I said it's an interesting gig for sure.
Yeah. I bet. I was I don't know why I was thinking about it the other day when you came on. I wanted to ask you and I forgot. But just like they're like obviously they're just like an energy drink company. But some of the like the videos they make, all like the action sports stuff that they do. Obviously, I mean, I would assume it's just all marketing. But it's like it's wild the extent that they go to do some of the stuff and the videos they make. Like they have some of the best action sports stuff out there. It's awesome.
Yeah, man. Like that's kind of what we pride ourselves on. It's just like at the end of the day, like we're obviously promoting the can, but like we just say we're just a marketing company. We just like doing cool stuff all the time, whether it's like, action sports, like you said, jumping on a helicopter.
Yeah. All that stuff. Yeah.
Craziest thing like you can kind of imagine. Like we're gonna try to push that envelope there.
That's awesome.
So
So I mean that is cool to hear, is that they basically just consider themselves to be a marketing company. Like they have that mindset because that's how they come off basically. But it's like, all right, here, let's go. We got VWAP on the charts now. Oh, you lining one up?
Yeah, I want to see the R right here on this trade coming back into this level. Let's see. I want to see if we get a little more volume to come in, but not looking bad. Not looking bad.
You gotta move this.
Got an aggressive move. I've been. I entered my first long at let's see. My first long at around 346, and now we're at 468. So
346. Okay.
was the first long I entered, and I exited at I think on around 71 at 417.
All right, let's see.
Stair step.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Here's what Ace is saying. And Q's doing the classic. I might break up trend structure, or I might just be teasing because it's lunchtime thing. But buried under that brunch energy is a very tradable setup. Here's what I'm seeing across the grid. Big picture 1 hour daily. Hourly is still in a clean staircase uptrend with buyers defending each mile pullback. We're sitting right under the macro range from earlier today, but nothing screams exhaustion yet. No major rejection wick, no volume blow off, just steady diet of dip buyers nibbling. This leans bullish continuation to prove another line. Dude, I don't know. You and Ace, man, you guys are just on the got the same vibes, thinking the same thing.
Yeah. My biggest thing on right now, I'm just want to see a little bit of a deeper pullback. As I said, we have been kind of, if you look at this 15-minute chart, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 straight green candles in a row. And then at 12:45, got a little bit of a pullback, and then we're kind of resetting. So I want to see something a little bit deeper just to kind of make sure we kind of caught a breather. I don't want to long here at the top. But I do agree with this whole idea of long. So like I said, I want to see if you kind of can trade 439 in an ideal world and see if we can use that area of support. And then I'll look to potentially see if we get like a little buy setup off that. That would be a good long for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. We came, looks like 4 points short of Friday's high on the half day we had there.
I mean, if you look at this daily candle, I mean, what a recovery,
Yeah, for sure.
We got as low as around 194, and now we're currently sitting around 463. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, definitely strength is the move here. We Ace is setting entry at 24,474 here, so we'll see if we pop right now. Give it an entry.
Take a long?
Yeah. If we break above this previous 2-minute high area, basically.
Okay. Around what 471?
Yeah, 474. 25,474 is the entry that it alerted here.
Let's see.
So we'll see. You would think we'd want to come up. We got that close. Come up and tag the Friday high, unless we decide to front run it.
What's Friday's high? Let's see. Friday. You mean Monday's high or Friday's high?
It'd be Fridays, right? When we it was just the half day.
Oh, Monday. Yeah, sorry. Oh my God, I think today's Tuesday.
Yeah. No worries.
Yeah, 76-ish, 376.
Yeah, I have.
No, sorry.
NQ 25,499.75.
Yeah, I got 500 points.
Yeah. Okay, right. Right at 500s. When you if you trade, you typically take MNQ, the micros.
Yeah, the micro. Yeah.
And
Just
when you're watching and doing your charting and everything, do you chart directly on MNQ?
Yeah, I know, I'm not gonna help for this. I feel like it teaches on. I've never seen the crazy difference charting on NQ versus MNQ. So just because I trade gaming here, I just keep it.
Yeah, yeah. I don't. Yeah. Every now and then you get like a smaller time frame candle has like maybe it didn't go a couple points as high or as low or whatever, but for the most part, yeah. I just chart on NQ on Thinkorswim, and then I'm normally placing trades on MNQ on prop accounts like on Trader8 or Project X or whatever it may be. But since I'm always charting on a different platform, I just do it on NQ. But
yeah, I'm the exact same way.
That's what when you said you had 500.25 as the high, I'm like, okay, yeah, that 0.5 may be just the MNQ NQ
version.
Yeah, difference there. Stocks at 56.
So what is more so your strategy, right? I know you trade kind of similar to Dick a little bit.
Yeah, I would say I trade essentially the strategy I learned from him, which is like, have you seen any of his stuff? I mean, obviously you're familiar with him.
I think it's Mastermind.
Okay. So yeah, so like obviously there's just like the 4 pillars that he uses, which would be like the levels, multi time frame analysis, trend analysis, candlestick analysis. I think those are just like the 4 off the top of my head. Basically I just look for those things. The one thing that I would say I do a little bit differently from him is I will generally add into my winners, which I think I might have brought this up when you were on the other day, but the Best Loser Wins book was something that I read and I started doing more of that. So that's pretty much the only thing that I do. It's maybe a little different than him. Not that he never does that, but I'm similar where I aim for like a higher risk to reward. I typically hold I wouldn't consider myself to be that much of a scalper. Like I would say I normally hold a trade for an hour to an hour and a half, is kind of like my minimum trade unless I get stopped out quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, so similar style for sure.
Okay. I feel that.
And I'll trade options on the individual names or futures. And when I'm trading futures, I'll watch like the 4 indices, and I mostly stick to NQ, but I'll occasionally trade YM or ES.
Yeah, I like YM over ES. I think sometimes the price action is a little cleaner historically for me, from my personal experience. But yeah, I'm pretty much just NQ.
Yeah. Well, normally you get the price action on NQ and ES will generally be a little bit more similar. Like you'll see YM and RTY will kind of move together where like if they're weak, both of them can be weak, while ES and NQ sometimes are showing relative strength. And then they kind of seem to move as like pairs. So if I'm trading YM, it's just because it looks better than NQ for long. So, normally I wouldn't go to ES, like I'll go to YM. So I do, if I'm going to not trade NQ, I probably use YM more as well. Because it's typically like a relative strength decision if I'm going to do it.
Trading the NQ, if you're going to trade ES, you should rather trade. If you're going to trade NQ, it doesn't look good, go to YM.
Yeah, exactly. Because if NQ doesn't look good, there's a chance ES, a better chance that ES also doesn't look as good, where then YM can show some relative strength. Just that behavior in the indexes has seemed where they've sort of acted in kind of pairs like that has been the case for a while now.
474 is a trigger, right?
Yeah. So technically, trigger. Yeah. So we're in here. I zoomed in here, and then the stop is at 56.75.
Okay, not a bad stop. Right at this swing low here, or previous 5-minute candle low.
But it's at 56.75. Yeah, it gives that a little 2-minute buy. See if
we previously rejected 86, that hourly level that we had. Act as a pivot. So now we do break above 86. I don't have a target until 596.25. That's the next.
Okay.
Already level
see
that.
what I have above it. haven't. I cleared my drawing set the other day.
Mm-hmm. You'll probably have something similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like around 96, 25.
It looks like 556 would be my next level. Then over that, I got a bunch of room. Working out here.
Yeah. Well, like 8-9 points.
Yeah. So the first target here, 40, basically back at the highs. 25,495.
Okay.
So a little 20-point scalp from Ace, the chat bot. I do like how Ace likes to trade with the trend. I'm generally a with trend kind of guy myself.
It's not none of those reverse trader energy vibes.
Yeah, sometimes it just depends.
Depends. Yeah, only time I'll take a reversal if I notice where it's like so far extended to the upside or downside, and I kind of know we have to cool off a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, okay, some sort of pullback's got to come in here.
Yeah, but that for me, my mentality is looking for a scalp into a level, right? And then I'll look to kind of then like reverse engineer that long. So like, for example, if I was like, all right, cool, like I want to see us pull back to 464 and we get too far extended, I'll short back to 464. And if we react there, then look to then close that out, get back into a long, and then vice versa. That's kind of how I like to play it.
Yeah, I feel that. Do you ever trade individual names, or do you stick to just like?
Once I switched from options to futures, like I kind of been just locked in on futures. But I do swing trade, but I only swing trade. I don't know what it is. I only swing trade ETFs. I only swing trade SPY and QQQ.
Okay.
So I haven't traded like an individual stock in probably almost about a year.
Wow.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. So when if you're swinging like an ETF, so SPY or QQQ, do you do like next day expiration and then just
no,
or you do something further out?
I'm in swing trades. I'm ideally buying 6 to 8 weeks out is kind of like my sweet spot.
Okay.
I like my mindset is I'm not trying to, like, I know there's certain people, that like they go into a swing trade looking to day trade, but in case they can't day trade it, they end up, swinging it.
Yeah.
But when I'm swing trading, my mentality is I'm trying to really catch like a larger move. So I'm using like monthly, weekly, daily, entering on a daily or 4 hour, maybe an hourly. So because, those time frames, I'm trying to get myself at least, I say 6 to 8 weeks, but I'm really doing it between 7 to 8 weeks out. I would normally buy in the money strikes, and just kind of just love that.
Okay.
That's kind of what I found works for me. So yeah.
Nice. I dig that. I've
been trading the Qs for so long. It's just like, you know how it is. We trade for one thing for so long. It's just, I know it like the back of my hand, I feel like. So I'm just kind of.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely, I feel like I recognize NQ's price action like the best. Like it's like the most, that's why I prefer to trade it, tend to trade it. I do like the advantage that the equities give you, where it's like you have all these different names that you can find sort of the outlier that like when the indexes aren't looking good, it's like, okay, you got a wide variety of different names to look at and try to find some sort of relative strength or weakness. I definitely do see that as an advantage for them, but I get both things. Like being familiar with how a ticker moves is like an advantage in itself. But when that ticker looks like shit, it's like, okay, I like having these options to look at.
Up $30 pre-market, like.
Yeah.
Number of those days. Yeah, last time I was thinking I was trading individual names is like post earnings, which I might get back to. Is like
Zach does a lot of that. Yeah.
Yeah, your big boys.
Mm-hmm.
all right, cool. We get like because there's so much volatility coming at market open.
Yeah, you can catch some crazy moves sometimes. Yeah,
some crazy moves. And if you're sized to zero, it doesn't really matter.
I was just gonna say I like doing like those kind of plays when you're using the weeklies and you're doing post earnings or whatever. Yeah, I like if you just size those really small where it's like you're almost always sized for zero if possible, if like the contracts, are priced to allow you to do that. I think that's the way to do it because then if you can hold them well, you don't have like the mental stress and they can go crazy. So with like small size, you can still make a decent bit of money.
Yeah, you get a 200-300% return in a couple of minutes. Like I'll never forget trading like Netflix shorts. Was it a year or some change ago?
Mm-hmm.
Post ER, man, contracts were juiced. Like 1-2 minute candle was like an 80% move.
Oh, it's wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had like some crazy wins like on Apple post earnings, and even just like swing trades. Like one time it's like just a banking name. It was like I went like 3,000% in just an overnight move. So options are crazy, man. They can do wild stuff.
Absolutely.
I do want to talk about we have the GameStock competition going on. Let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm up 1.09%. Let's look at the leaderboard. Here's what I don't get. We gotta send this in as a bug to the GameStop people. See if we can show this. So this is my GameStop portfolio. It shows that I'm up 1% on my picks. I only got to pick 3 stocks instead of 4 because I ran out of time. So that's a bummer. But anyway, then you go to the StockDads 1 week challenge and you check the leaderboard and it shows my my percentage is negative 24%. I'm like, what the heck? Something's not adding up here. Something's not wrong on my end there, but we got Ron CHGY leading the way, 3.92%.
Okay.
What happened to
Max Jenkins, Diago SP, Peter Chow. I recognize Peter Chow from the chat. Tom Harrison. Connor Callan up 1.61%.
Okay, Callan.
Yeah, let's go. Man must have found a wedge somewhere. Pre-market.
He loved his forward around the corner.
Tyler Turner, great name. Leroy Jackson. Buddy Cook, that's a good name. All right, well, this competition, I don't see. Here's not. Well, I'm not 100% sure, gang. If you guys can still add into this competition, like here's what I'm not sure. The competition goes until it goes for another 98 hours. So I think it goes until Friday.
Friday's next week.
It's the end of this week. Say hi to Jordan. I don't know if he can see you. Willow's here. But anyway, so if you guys are watching this, I did pin the link to trying this app out. It's the GameStock app. It's like fantasy football, but for buying stocks. And they're still in the early stages, so we're kind of helping them test it out. Don't check it out. Test it out and run some tournaments and give them feedback and stuff like that. So hopefully you guys will be able to enter before market opens tomorrow. And hopefully I can add another stock to my portfolio.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of a pullback here. Let's see if we can trade 446 now.
Yeah, this I have an upper level on NQ 25,483. No, wait, no, I don't. That one did get invalidated.
Yes, you did.
I took that off my chart.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, some sideways action actually would make sense here, to be honest.
Yeah. We've seen volatility has dramatically decreased as well from open to this lunchtime hour as well. So We might definitely be catching some at lunchtime.
You gonna hop on and do some degenerate overnight trading while Pal's talking tonight at 8?
Absolutely not, brother. Nah, I don't know.
Oh, he's too disciplined, this man. Come on.
I
Do you ever trade the overnight sesh, or you're like good at like days over, New York's over, I'm out of here. I ain't even looking.
like my mentality is like I aim for 2-to-1 every day. Not saying I get that every day, but like based on my risk, like I'm trying to pretty much get clutch rate macros in between $400 to $500 a day.
Okay.
So like I hit those numbers, like I could care less what's going on. It's like I'm done. So today I made like $284. So like didn't hit my daily goal yet. So like, if I'm still on right now and I see something that looks attractive, like I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
But my personality have always been like less is more, and I focus a lot more on quality over quantity. And so, usually speaking, like, once the bell at 4 o'clock is like I'm kind of like, logged off to the next day. Like every now and again, like, if I'm like on my phone, because I also like, for me, I like trading like at a desk.
Yeah.
For me,
I agree completely. Yeah.
sometimes I'm like on my phone trying to like be mobile and trade. Sometimes I like miss certain things. And I just don't pay attention to certain things. I like kind of take losses. So like usually my rule of thumb is like if I'm not at my desk, I'm trying not to really take a trade. Now again, I don't live and die by that rule.
Yeah.
Maybe I should, but that's like generally speaking kind of where I'm at. So, but I do take a lot of like pre-market trades though. So like I'm up every day at like 6:30.
Okay.
I go for a run. So I'm on my desk by like 7:15, 7:30. So when I'm on my desk, if I see any trades, like
you're down to take something early. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's normally what happens for me. Like,
yeah,
I normally hit, a couple of trades before then the market opens. I get another one. All right, cool. And that's kind of why I'm always like done for the day after that New York session.
I like it. That's the way you should do it. That's good discipline. Yeah, I don't mind a pre-market trade either.
They've been, especially recently for me, the last at least 2 months. Generally speaking, like for me, I get about 3 to 4 opportunities a week, like just clean action, like decent action. And I liked it a lot, like recently. It's definitely been good.
Yeah, if I take like a futures overnight trade, it's generally I'm going to treat it as almost like a swing trade. It's like, I looked at the charts in the evening and it's like, this could be the low overnight. Let's see here. I put on a position, give it a nice wide stop. Don't even put on a take profit and just like go to sleep and wake up and see where we're at.
And just see what happens.
Yeah, like occasionally I'll do that, and I would consider that just to be a swing trade as opposed to just like the way you can do it on futures,
So no stop. I mean,
I will like so I won't normally put in. You could do like OCO, like bracket orders, right? Where it's like you could put in a profit target or stop. But if I'm doing it, if I like do take an overnight trade like that, it's like, all right, I'm looking at the charts at nighttime where we've sold off into a lower support level. I think it's maybe the overnight low, and I want to see if I can hold that into the New York Open. So I will sometimes put a trade on, give it like a wide stop. It's always like real small size, and then I'll just wake up and see if it's still working. Like, you know what I mean? Just hold it into New York. Try to use it as an entry into New York if possible.
Gotcha.
Like I would do if it was a swing trade.
Gotcha.
I guess it depends. There's times I've woken up, and you got a big gap up, and I'm just like, oh hell yeah, it's taking.
You're done for the day.
Yeah, you're done. You don't even got to trade New York. Those are the best days, man.
I love it. And some days you're like, oh my god, I gotta rest.
So you're someone who balances working a job with trading, and you're at the charts. Yeah. Are you mostly just kind of managing accounts where you're able to work from home so you can kind of keep an eye on work stuff while you're on the charts? Or do you have like an evening schedule where you're going to these places in your area in the evenings and checking in and doing that kind of thing?
No, great question. Yeah, my job is like very autonomous. That's probably one of the reasons why I got whipped this job. Like I went to school for computer science.
Okay.
And so, when I got my first job offers from Google, and for me it's like I like love trading. And so I was like, damn, like, you can't really do both. Like in the capacity, I like getting up, live trading with people, etc. So I had a buddy that worked at Rebel before me, and just kind of just gave me a lot of like different insights. So he kind of like just put me in position. So yeah, long story short, this job is very autonomous. So you're able to kind of make your own schedule, and that's the beauty of it. So not one day for me is the same. Like be totally different from a Friday. So normally speaking, like on Mondays I don't trade because I'm normally like in the office, but Tuesday through Friday is like kind of like my day we call like in the field. And so it's kind of just based on what I make it. So, but usually speaking, the morning times like at 9:30 to like 10:30, 11 is kind of just like my downtime. And then by like 1 o'clock, I'm kind of like down for the day. So now I'm like kind of in work mode, whatever that looks like. So it works out for me like really well. And that's what I tell people all the time is like, it's all subjective, but when I started trading, for me, it was as simple as like I wanted to just pay off my student loans monthly. I was like, I can just make $115 a month. Like I'm golden, because I was a college student.
Yeah.
And then it was like, all right, cool. I got a new car, so my car insurance was $232. So now I'm like, all right, cool. If I could just make like $350 a month, I'll be golden. And so I worked my way towards up to that. And so now I just tell people, it's like my mentality, for a lot of people, I tell is like, if you could just live rent/mortgage free and you have a job that you like, how much of a difference that really make for you?
Yeah, I do think that's a big problem with a lot of new traders or just people who get into trading, even if they've been into it for years. Sometimes is like they want to use trading to get like super rich, and a lot of times quickly, like right, they rush the process. But not. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that are, but not enough people think in terms of that mentality. Like, oh, trading doesn't need to make me super rich, but it can, if it can, cover this expense or cover this or cover your trade, like, you know what I mean? It can be an added bonus to your job, whether you swing trade or do it. Just like you said, where it doesn't have to be the end all be all where you rely on it.
Yeah, and I think honestly too, like for a lot of people, they're honest with themselves. What I just said is probably a lot more relatable than like, and like we all know, there's people that yes, of course, are making $10,000, $20,000, whatever those crazy numbers a month, trading in like what people I feel like fail to realize is that's probably taking them like almost a decade to get to that. Of his capital and the mental capacity. Whereas like for you, you might like your job, or you might hate your job, and so the additional income gives you the leverage to look for another work, or maybe just want to go on vacation, or you want to do whatever you want with your kids. Like, so just that, honestly, what I say is just the additional income of, I know I can bring home, whether it's at $500 a month, $1,000, $3,000 a month, like, if someone was like, for an average, not even for an average person, but I feel like for anybody, if you can make additional $3,000 a month and you like what you do, like that makes
Heck yeah, man. Imagine even if like you had a job that you didn't hate, you could pay your bills with it, right? And you can still find time to trade. If you can make 10 grand in a year to cover a nice family trip every year, like that's an amazing way to use trading, and you know what I mean? Like, so those expectations, if people I think kind of change that a little bit and kind of size down a little smaller, thought more longer term, like they'd be a lot more successful, generally speaking.
Yeah, and that's what I tell people too. Like I obviously when I first started, I was a person like, yeah, man, I want to make so much money, and then like you go through the process of losing, and then for me, I think I learned quickly to like kind of like manage my expectations with it. I think that's why for me. I don't struggle with discipline truly because it's like I don't have that like. I guess like
the
it's
degenerate gene that I have. Is that what you're trying to tell me, George?
Maybe, but you know how it is like when you're trading because you feel like you need to make money right now. Normally speaking, you make a lot of poor decisions.
For sure.
And I always tell people like my advice, and this is kind of subjective, but I always tell people like, hey, I'm a beginner, I'm looking to trade. I always ask like, are you financially stable first?
Yeah. Yep.
Because like I've seen some people who are not, and they use trading as their way to quote unquote become stable, but they don't realize like you can't just pick up trading and like snap your fingers and it's like, oh my gosh, my financial problems. It's gonna probably make it worse.
Yep.
So when you're trading at a place where you're comfortable, you're stable, you have support, and you kind of give yourself that grace and flexibility. Like, oh, this is going to take some time, but I'm willing to put in the work and enjoy the process. Normally, when you see that stat of 99% of traders fail, I would really kind of quite like dive deeper into those stats of like, well, what is that 1% doing?
Yeah.
We're focused on the 99, but like that 1%, like, what do you think they're doing? And I think a lot of that 1%, like over time, is probably learned some of these principles. Is like, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, 100%. That's extremely well said. I definitely have traded when I felt like I needed to make the money, and just like you said, it leads to poor decision making almost every time, right? So that's and every time I've done it, if like I've been trying to trade when I was not in a good spot financially, every time I would then take a step back, start whatever, get a new job, work extra hours, do whatever it was, but basically step away from trading for a little while and then come back and trade where it's like you're not in that financially stressed out of a state. Like I would always trade better every time. So that's a big thing. Obviously you got to lock in on trading and put in the work and all that stuff, but don't abandon other ways of making money while you're trading, for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, well, Ace, our chatbot here, looks like it got a little stop 8 here, and we're still kind of consolidating, just some sideways action, some slow moving action this afternoon. So not a ton in terms of trades this afternoon, but some good nuggets, some good knowledge discussed by Jordan and I just around trading and trading psychology. So hopefully you guys were able to get something from that. And Jordan, I'm waiting to hear when we're gonna get we gotta get the Red Bull sponsorship for StockDads TV. We can call it the Red Bull swear jar, and then we can just start giving it away at $1,000. We can up it up. You know what I mean?
We can make that happen. I was talking to DJ, so we can make something happen.
Well, listen, instead of talking to DJ, come to me, cause and then I'll work something out. So I gotta make sure I can skim a little off the top there. You know what I mean?
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds good, bro. Well, thanks for hanging out. Chat, thanks for hanging out with us today. We're back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. Aaron will kick us off with his morning breakdown. Make sure you guys are taking advantage of all the good Black Friday deals going on right now. The StockDads Discord is 45% off, code BF. We'll have Zach on, I believe is on tomorrow. He's starting his small account challenge at 3K. And we have Ammar starting his back at $1,000 after taking his profits out. So starting fresh. A couple small account challenges. Make sure you're taking advantage of those Black Friday sales. Thank you for hanging out with us. Peace, everybody. We love you guys. See you tomorrow. See you, Jordan.
Yes, sir, man. See you, man.